It's crazy and it works. It's the thing, right? You know when you try something crazy and it doesn't work because it looks off, right? But
Yeah,
with
you
Show
get
American Story, it just
You get
but
biomutant.
with Show American Story, it just looks right. I don't know. It just
Actually,
looks.
at first it reminded me with Fallout. So I was like,
Yeah,
okay. Only after the gameplay, I was like, then I'm sold.
the style of the game. No, the style of the game reminded me a lot of Suda 51. To be honest, like Suda 51 likes to do this unique, crazy ideas that only he can do, basically. And when I saw Show American Story,
Akira. One
uh,
second. I need
sorry,
to make sure the audio as well.
that
Sorry.
only he can do, basically. And when I saw Show American Story,
This is insane. I just beat up a rat in a wheelchair.
oh yeah, I saw you playing it, man. I told you, right? I told you.
Audio as well. We are live. So what's up, everyone? This is Game Player episode for Steam. We got a lot of topics to talk about. But before we go into them, let's introduce our panel. From Japan, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, it's Akira.
Took you a little bit.
I'm,
I thought maybe you're asleep.
Sorry, no. I'm mute because I thought you were gonna talk for a long time. I didn't know I was going for.
I was just thinking about how many of us were in Japan.
Nah, it's just all good.
One of us is in Japan. I'm like, what's going on?
Everything's cool. I'm replaying the 7 remake. For the second playthrough. Like I thought I was just gonna try intermission and move on to the next game, but then nah. I got excited to play the whole thing again. So yeah, I'm having a blast as always. Final Fantasy. But yeah, man, like I'm pretty excited to talk about that Show American Story, and I really like the fact that Web Sheriff is playing Fist now, because I have been endorsing this fucking game for a long ass time. that I keep telling people it's such a fun experience made by less than 20 developers. It's crazy.
Yep.
And the amount of the amount of creatives that China could come up with the fun experiences that they can come up with in the future. It's an exciting development, and this is just like the beginning for them. So yeah.
Okay. Still a Final Fantasy addict, I think.
Yeah, of course. That never changed, man. That's my whole life. That's my whole life, bro. My whole life.
From UK, go ahead, JCat.
Hi, good evening. It's pretty late here, or good night. I'm doing okay, thank you. Happy to be here and talk about some of these topics.
What do you mean playing?
The latest thing I was playing, I'm still playing Horizon Zero Dawn. The last time I tried to defeat a boss and failed, but so I left that dungeon and I went and got some more resources, beefed up my armor, and I went back and I beat that boss. And I did some side quests, and now I'm doing the main quest. And I got to the next part of the story, but I'm going to do one more. I did one cauldron. I'm going to another cauldron to get some more. What's it called again? When you can you can take over the machines. You can override the machines. So that's it. Let's play. The other thing I played was an indie game called oh god, my mind's gone blank now. Let me think about that. So I've actually forgotten what it was called. I played this really cool
Kingdom,
pixel art.
right?
No, not the one I'm playing right now. That's what I'm playing Kingdom right now, but that's one of my favorite games. I can talk about that. Yeah, I'm playing Kingdom. This is a side-scrolling pixel art game. It's a side-scrolling game where it's kind of like you're a king or queen that has to defend the kingdom from some monsters that come at night that attack you from either side. So it's like a tower defense, a little bit of strategy. All you do is walk up and down and collect coins and spend the coins on what you want your subjects to do, and you recruit more from like these vagrant camps, and they're all poor when they start out, and then you give them money, and then they get nice clothes, and then they start working for your kingdom. So I'm playing that. There was another game that I was playing. Sorry, there was another indie game that I played on my Switch, and it's in the actual things in the other room, and I've forgotten that. My mind's gone blank right now. I've forgotten the name of it. But yeah, that's what I've been playing lately.
Gotcha. Okay, from let me see who. Okay, joined. How are you doing, Kay? Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we hear you. I thought you were not gonna make it. Good to have you.
Oh, yeah, no, Weeb was asking if I was going to play The Last of Us 2, or he said, we're talking about Days Gone, and he told me to go play The Last of Us 2 instead. And I said I couldn't play The Last of Us 2 today because I was driving. I wasn't saying I wasn't going to be able to make the podcast.
Oh, okay. Because you said you have 15 hours shift, so okay, good. So what
Yeah.
you been playing?
I did start The Last of Us 2, but like I said, right now I'm driving home, like 14, 15-hour drive. When I get home, though, my brother and I are going to play through the Halo Master Chief Collection, and if we have enough time, play through Infinite, so... Because I haven't played a Halo game, so that's what we're going to do.
Enjoy that. Where you at in Last of Us now?
No, like, I'm towards the beginning, so...
Okay. It's gonna be a ride. Enjoy. Rashid, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Rashid. Glad to be here. Speak to everybody. What I'm playing is Death Stranding. I'm close to getting the platinum. So after I finish that, I'm going to look at some indie games. I can't remember the one I'm going to play. You play as the monster in this one. It was on the Switch first.
Carry On, is it called?
Carry On. Yes, that's the one.
That game is good. I haven't played it yet.
Yeah, I only thing I heard, it doesn't have a map, but I like Metroidvania. So after I get the platinum Death Stranding, I'm gonna. Oh no, sorry. I'm gonna try Deep Rock Galactic because I heard that game was good. I saw it on the Xbox.
Oh yeah, it's on PlayStation, and apparently it got haptic feedback and adaptive trivia, so might give it a try.
Yeah, I heard it's a good game. I knew about it for a couple of years, and it was a game that made me consider getting an Xbox. And then I heard it's coming to PlayStation, and then it's free on PlayStation Plus. I was like, okay. Yeah. So after Stranding, then try Deep Rock Galactic because it's something for years I've heard is a good game.
We're gonna talk about PlayStation Plus this month's games. That's a beast game.
Gotcha.
Okay, Weeb.
Yeah, this is the Weeb Sheriff, aka Blue Rise Zone. I've been playing a couple of games. We've played a bit of Nex Machina. We finished. Nice. We finished It Takes Two together.
Yeah.
If you know anything about that, Omar. And now I'm playing Fist Forged in Shadow Torch. Jesus Christ, what a title! They really wanted to spell fist, I guess.
Yeah, it did spell fist. Yeah.
Yeah. I just realized that when I was reading it out.
Yeah, it's an abbreviation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Dude, I swear to God, like, it's such a cool concept, man. The rabbit thing and the animal Zootopia kind of shit.
Very
very
steampunk Metroidvania brawler. Yeah. That's about this describes it.
Yeah, although yes, yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
yeah, enjoying it so far. I actually switched to the Chinese dub because the English dub was a
It's
bit.
better. It
Yeah,
was better, right? Totally.
it's
Yeah.
definitely better. The English dub is a bit too much Hong Kong English dub vibes to it.
No, it's true. Like those Jackie Chan movies that gets dubbed. That
Exactly.
kind of shit. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, yeah.
If that was intentional, it was genius, but I doubt it.
Nah, dude, like it's just too good, man. Like Fist. Yeah, I'm excited to whatever that studio does next.
Yeah, me too. It is really yeah. You just told me it's made by 20 people. That's quite impressive. That
Yeah, really.
game looks this good and plays
Yeah,
this
the game
good.
doesn't look bad. Yeah, it's true. It doesn't look bad.
Yeah. Shout out to you. We
Omar, you
actually-
should play Fist. Omar, you should play Fist.
We finished what's called It Takes Two.
Takes two. Yeah, you liked it, huh?
Great.
I knew it because I was right. I'm always right.
Great
Always
game.
right.
I had amazing
told ya.
time with it.
I told you, right? I told you.
I never,
told you it was
I
my
never
yeah.
once, I never once doubted you. I just needed to wait on what's his name. Okay, 1 second. If you guys see
Oh,
a fucktard like him, make sure to block and move, cause we're not gonna deal with that ganker today. What's his name?
I'm making fun of Astel right now because I remembered one of his posts.
Oh yeah, I seen it. Yeah, no, this is a clown and a half, but I don't need that kind of energy on here.
Man,
Cause that's a brain dead dude.
Astel is
And
Astel
leave
is
that on
phenomenal.
Twitter.
Like I don't really know what's wrong with this dude. I swear to God, man.
Leave that on Twitter. Leave that on Twitter. I want to have a genuine conversation on here.
Yeah, it's true, man. Yeah. It's good.
So yeah, no. It Takes Two. Great game. Amazing game. Shout out to Yusuf.
Joseph Fares, yeah. He's like
Uh,
Studio and EA. Yeah, EA. EA, bro.
He genuinely comes over as a cool, down to earth dude. Like, his picture with his son, his picture when he won the award, and with his son, like, one of the best cool dude out there. Can't wait on his next game. Super excited. And the only thing that this game missed was the haptic feedback and adaptive triggers. Missed opportunity.
Mm.
Wait, which game is that?
It
Sorry?
Takes Two.
It Takes Two.
Yeah, I think that. But did that game come out? When did that game?
It was early, a bit early actually. Yeah, it was early, first quarter.
Yeah,
First quarter.
it's probably when it came out. It would have already been so late in development to implement the haptics.
Right.
But it's a great game, man. Like I'm, whatever Joseph Fares does next, again, it's a day one.
Oh yeah,
Day one always.
his game have always been day one. A brother of two sons. I forgot what the name is.
Yeah, it was a good game. No, yeah, Brothers, Tales of Two Sons, also a
Yeah,
great game.
that's a great game.
Like A Way Out is also a great game.
A Way Out is another great game, which we're actually gonna run through again, me and Weeb, when later down the line. And yeah, we have joining us none other than Innate. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, just Innate, or known as the real Innate on Twitter. Currently, I was playing It Takes Two and Tales of Arise, but I recently beat both of those. So
You
now
sound so
I'm
depressed.
playing
Because he beat
Judgment.
both games already. Yeah, beat both games already. That's what gives you this. It gives you this empty void feel.
No, I mean
when you beat a game. Nah, I'm kidding.
I'm still sick, so I mean,
Yeah, so
but yeah, now I'm really just between Judgment and playing Pokemon Diamond, finishing that on my new Switch OLED, which has been really great. And SMT5. So I'm back to finishing up those set of games now.
Okay. And as for me, I'm a bit in a slump. Like, I love that part of the issue that I have as a semi-completionist. Like, I am loving Crosscode, but I am so stuck on this one quest that I've yet to restart to try the game, or not try, to play the game again in almost like a week. It's almost like I'm dreading that encounter, mostly because it's like I can I can evade attack, no issue, but it's literally an escort mission, and the fucker doesn't even move. I need to protect them. But the problem is my shield have mana. If I use it too much, I can't block. And it's really a difficult quest that I might just skip just for the sake of the gameplay, because I want to experience the game and be done with it. Because as much as I love it, I have other games to play. Other than that, I'm still playing Gem of War. Truly loving that game. That's my guilty pleasure in a sense. It's a dual game, but with JRPG mechanics. And yeah, other than that, lots of games to play, but yeah, I can't wait for February. Forbidden West is gonna be insane. We got a few people missing, but we're gonna start nonetheless. First topic. Yeah. Anyone want to say anything?
No, go. First topic.
First topic.
AutoNation.
AutoNation.
I actually, about the Otter, I have a video that I'm gonna share with you later about Otter. We will see. The first topic I'm gonna talk about actually broke a few hours early, which is to fully complete Dying Light 2.
Man, I'm not.
At least
I'm not going for
500
platinum.
hours, almost as long to
That's
beat
crazy.
Like
I'd rather watch someone play platinum after I finish the game. I'm not doing that to myself.
Like
not doing it.
Like Jim Park put out a tweet that summed it correctly. Our game is 5 times longer than Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It's not a great marketing point. It's genuinely not.
But they did say that it's only for platinum, the 500 hours. But they didn't say it.
Even so, it's still not something to be proud about, in a sense.
I don't know. Like it's such a disconnect, to be honest, because you know a lot of gamers just complain about short ass games, like Resident Evil 3 remake, short games basically, right? Titanfall 2, even people complain about that because it's too short, like they said, right? So it's kind of a weird disconnect sometimes that value is also measured based on how long a game is or how much content it has, right? Well, I mean, if you have 500 hours to complete a game, that means yeah, it's a ton of content, right? So I personally think it's too much. Although I know some people who would be happy about that 500 hours news. You know, people who actually platinum Valhalla. I can't do that. I can't platinum. I cannot platinum an Assassin's Creed ever since they went the Origins route and Odyssey, and now Valhalla. I just can't do it. I feel it's too bloated and big for me. You know, and yeah, but there are people who loves that shit, and a lot of them are casuals too.
I have the feeling my brother will as well, because he is a huge Dying Light fan. He have urged me to play the game, but I'm not about that life, especially when it have survival element, and I hate survival element, which is why I will never touch Metro Exodus. I enjoyed the first two, but I heard from Weeb that three it takes survival element to the maximum. Like, no, I don't need that shit.
Took the fun out of me for me too. Yeah.
Yeah. So, J-Cat, what's your take on the game being 5 hour long, 500 hour long for completionist?
This is literally the first I'm hearing about this right now.
Yeah, Dying Light. Yeah,
They
they even measured.
It literally broke out 6 hours ago, so
They,
I don't blame
they,
you.
they even
That's probably what
they even
I was,
measured how many hours it takes to walk from Wars. No, basically walk right Warsaw to somewhere. I forgot the name
Yeah.
of the places,
Pretty sure
but
it's
it
a
seemed like
place.
they
Yeah.
kind of did. Yeah, they walked. It's like I'm imagining they walked from there to there, and they I don't know measured it or timed it. I mean, how else would they know, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've not played Dying Light
Yeah.
1. I'm not interested in Dying Light 2. It's in first person sort of parkour and stuff, and even if I wanted to play that, I think that would make me a little bit nauseous, to be honest with you. But I am surprised to hear that it's that short. It seems very. So you're saying that's the completionist route is 5 hours?
500.
500. 500.
500?
Yeah.
Yeah, 500. It's the
Oh,
official Dying Light account who basically posted that.
that's longer than Persona 5 Royal.
Yeah, it's wait, Persona 5 Royal can get you to, if you're really fucking slow, 200 hours, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, 2 times Persona Royal. 2 times
Yeah, like
Persona 5 Royal.
Royal you can complete with the 100 hour if you.
What I'm
Yeah, but if you're
Yeah.
slow, 200 max.
What
200.
I'm guessing is that there's probably a lot of repetitive side quests and stuff like that to make it 500. I don't see how you could pad out a game that much.
I mean, Dying Light 2 kind of, they market the fact that they have so many branching routes because of, how flexible their open world can be based on your decisions, right?
It's all-
It's kind of like the cyberpunk pitch, if I'm gonna be honest with you, and and I think it depends on execution if they can execute that well, not like, not like Cyberpunk did, but if they can execute that well, then I think it could be a really cool experience for a lot of people. But I just really think I'm gonna play the game as is. I don't think I can reach the 500-hour mark. Of course, I think it's too much.
yeah.
Again, people who would love that. There are definitely people who would love that. I won't even doubt it because they did it for a reason. There must be a reason why they did it like that. So yeah,
So how long would it take just to beat the game, like just the base?
they didn't reveal that though. They didn't reveal that.
that.
Oh,
And
okay.
you know what the crazy part is? They would rather focus on that than actual strong gameplay.
I mean, they did show a lot of gameplay. To be fair, Carl, they showed a lot of gameplay. There's a lot of footage of gameplay in YouTube because they showed a lot of gameplay. Yeah, I cannot stress enough. They showed a lot, and from what I've seen, it does look like a crazy, fun experience. I just cannot. I don't think I can do that for 500 hours.
Yeah.
Unless that gameplay loop has to be very addictive to get me.
To be
To that
fair,
level, you know what I mean?
To be fair,
Yeah.
the first one had a great gameplay loop.
No, it was great gameplay loop, and like I said, they improve a lot of things from the first game based on their gameplay shown. So, if that gameplay loop is more addicting than before, then maybe it's realistic to actually see people, playing more than 100 hours on this game, or reaching the platinum.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but this is genuinely dead on arrival. The only reason why I'm saying this is because
The release date.
it's exactly like 2022 is already stuck. And you're gonna
Again,
come
like
with
I
the
said,
game.
I think you're underestimating the amount of people that enjoyed Dying Light. because there's a lot of games that are also coming out in that time frame that I absolutely don't care about. And Dying Light is one of the games I plan to get.
Yeah, no, it's I think what Omar's trying to say, and I think it's fair to be honest. Like as much as that great Dying Light is, right? The let's say by reception of Dying Light, it's not like it's not as popular as something like a game coming from Software, which is Elden Ring,
Yeah,
or
but
a
one game isn't going to
huge
stop gamers from buying
and
multiple
that's
games.
and it's a very big IP called Horizon Forbidden West.
And
It's
I'm
not
getting
about
the collector's edition of that, and I'm still getting it. So,
yeah, no, that's very nonsense. But what I'm trying to say is that what Omar is also trying to say is, on that month, right? On that month, it is a split. It is a split, for who buys first, and those first, that first 2 weeks are always crucial for for games, right? Because they do tend to slow down when you reach the peak of sales for a game, and when you split it that by much, there is not a lot. Not everybody can buy multiple games on the same month. Not everybody got the. Let's say not everybody can do that. Like most of the time, people would go for one game or two, max, and the one who buys 3 games in 1 month, it's kind of like more of a. I would say it's a bit more on the minority side, because again, not everybody can do that shit. Like for me, I'm struggling with choosing what to buy first, Elden Ring or Horizon Forbidden West, because there's no way I'm getting them both. Because I only play one game at a time.
Because you're already getting
And-
Sifu, right?
Yeah, I'm already getting Sifu. Yeah, Sifu
Yeah.
first, of course. And yeah, even Dying Light too, man. I need to get that eventually, but I don't know when exactly, because after February, the surge of games is gonna be so. It's gonna be so fast, and
When-
I also got
When
fucking
is Dying
backlog.
Light 2 releasing?
February. Shit. Isn't it? What I know, is it 22? Wait, is it 22?
Yeah, it's 22, but I don't know which month.
No. It's sorry. The release date of Dying Light, from what I know, is February. Holy shit! No, I'm wrong. Sorry. February 4. February 4.
Yeah, no, that
It
generally.
goes first.
Yeah, no.
It goes first before Sifu, yeah. And
Yeah,
I chose to get Sifu.
Yeah, that genuinely dead on arrival then. You're not
It's
gonna,
it's.
You-
This is the thing,
if you're
Karaba.
gonna
It's hard to say.
if you're gonna compare
Sorry.
it to a game like Resident Zero Forbidden West or Elden Ring, like I see more hype for both these games than Dying Light 2. And especially
Okay.
now with the information that it takes 500 hours to complete, then you're gonna already know that this game is gonna be on the longer side. And I'm not talking about completion it, I'm just talking about finishing the game. Let's give it
Yeah.
70, 80 hours, yeah? Like, Forbidden West, I've seen more hype for Forbidden West, and that game is gonna be long. And let's face it, Elden Ring is gonna be long, because it's a
Yeah, it
From
is.
Software game. So,
Yeah.
that's why I said Dead on Arrival, because
It's a. Sorry, it's kind of hard to It's hard. It's also hard to say that, and my reasoning for that is, as much as I am so aware that Horizon Forbidden West and Elden Ring are more popular than Dying Light. The thing is, February 4 is a long way off as well. So technically, the split would be Sifu and Dying Light, because that would be like the 2 games near each other, and I think Sifu would also be in kind of a trouble in there, because you don't underestimate, Dying Light has a fan base, and Sifu is a new IP.
I wish it boggled my mind that Sifu was releasing literally so close to Forbidden West and Dying Light. That's also a death sentence.
Yeah,
in a
it's
sense.
closer to Dying Light, but it's 2 weeks away from Horizon, I believe. Sifu's 2 weeks away from Horizon.
I
Okay,
think
so
2 weeks.
wasn't there original intention, like there was delays for these games like multiple times, and there's only so much you can move a game because of media and PR and the marketing that you have to put in place. So you can you can only move it so much. But I think if it's 2 weeks, then that's probably sufficient. I don't think it's gonna,
And,
go out and die. To be honest,
both games has great marketing. To be honest, like Sifu and Dying Light 2, they have great marketing. Like they were there. Like they got presence, right? They got enough presence. And Sifu is still not done marketing based on what they say in the Twitter account, right? So there is a lot of marketing for the game. So maybe it can work out because Sifu, for sure, Sifu is not going to be that long compared to something like Dying Light 2. I mean, that's a given, right?
But Sifu is almost feels like a Souls game in the sense of it's gonna be die, come back to life, and learn your moveset and stuff like that.
It's actually roguelike, semi-roguelike, not Souls game. Semi-roguelike.
I said
because of
almost. Oh yeah, okay, fair point.
roguelike,
I
yeah.
understand,
Because there's a permadeath mechanic, and you start from the beginning. If you grow too old, that's kind of like a roguelike shit. Where you start from the beginning kind of thing. That's kind of like a roguelike.
fair point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's give someone else the mic.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
J-Cat, what's your take on this whole conversation?
I don't think I have that much more to add, other than like what you said about it being too close to the other games. So we talk about Dying Light and Sifu being too close to Forbidden West and Elden Ring, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Forbidden West had a delay. Elden Ring was delayed at least once, and I think an indie game like Sifu, I think didn't they bring the release about 2 weeks earlier or something to try and get out of the way of those games? Is that what happened?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah. Did Sifu bring the release date 2 weeks forward to try?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, because they try to distance themselves away from Horizon because before they were damn close to Horizon, way too close.
Yeah, so they couldn't do that because Horizon got delayed, and Sifu, I mean, it's an indie game, right? So it needs to be to have its own breathing space.
Yeah.
And also it's because that game's only on PlayStation as well as Forbidden West. It was very wise to bring, because bringing bringing a date forward is pretty rare. I've only heard of it happening a few times. So it's I think that's a very good thing. Sifu, the market, it has had marketing with PlayStation. The marketing, it's been in multiple state of plays, right? And so it has a good foundation for marketing, even though it is an indie game. Also, they gave previews out early to some, because I watched some of the footage. There was like 40 minutes of footage, and I
watched all of them. Yeah, there's a lot of footage, a lot of people who played the game early, a lot of early previews.
Yeah, that's right. So we got to see the previews, and it was all very positive. So actually,
overwhelmingly positive.
If you'll excuse me for 1 second, I need to get Tehran from fucking Spaces. 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, keep going.
So I first I just was trying to fall now.
You said about its overwhelmingly positive reception.
Yeah, the reception's been very positive from the previews. So I think that game's actually going to do really well. I don't think because it is away from the other big releases. I think actually it's going to get its own time to shine, and I think that overall, probably when the reviews come out, they'll be mostly positive. Well, there's definitely for an indie game. Okay, I know it's been promoted by PlayStation as a marketing deal there or something, so it's got more spotlight than some other indie games, but I would say for an indie game it definitely has a lot of buzz around it, so I actually think that game's going to do well.
Sorry about that, I'm back.
Yeah, I've just said my piece about Sifu.
Yeah, I heard. I'm excited for Sifu. It's just I know gamers. They are not gonna be able to buy every single game on here on the list, so they're gonna make some sacrifices, and I can see either Forbidden West be sacrificed or Sifu or Dying Light or what's called.
I think you might be underestimating the size of the list of games coming out in February.
No, because there's also the God of War. There's also the Uncharted collection.
You're talking about all the main shit. I'm literally looking at the list right now. You're definitely underestimating those. None of those games are going to be DOA. There are about 20 games on this list that are definitely going to be DOA. Like, if you want to talk about actual Dead on Arrival, it's just not going to be these games. You're forgetting a couple different things, right? One, Forbidden West is only on PlayStation.
Yeah,
so that's one thing.
Yeah.
So nobody on Xbox or PC is even worried about that. Then yes, you do have Elden Ring, but you also have a large portion of the community that literally gives zero fucks about FromSoft. So that leaves them with Dying Light and basically potentially Sifu and whatever the fuck else is coming out. So that's why I said, like, there's a lot of room for these games for other gamers to play them. Like, it looks crazy, but it's not as crazy as it is. And that's just because we are literally talking about as if someone is interested in all these games. Because in reality, everybody is not.
Yeah, what I was going to say, Nate, is that I feel like these games have very different audiences. They do. They don't always cross over. And
yeah, like me personally, I don't care for FromSoft games like almost at all. The only reason I even have the slightest interest in Elden Ring is because they finally got off that fuck stick about playing co-op and doing all this extra roundabout, summon the circle before the 9 and gather the 9 stones and all this other bullshit to play co-op. But yeah, like that used to get on my absolute nerve.
Yeah,
about
that's
FromSoft.
Abysmal. Which is
yeah,
good
so
that
if if this is truly drop in and drop out co-op, that may be the very only saving grace that gets me to play that game.
Where's my...
Okay, Rashid, what's your take?
I have the platinum in first Dying Light and Origins, and I think it works me because what is that filled with? You know what I mean? I'm gonna have to run and pick up like quarters and nickels the whole game. So I think that's weight. And as for all the games, Sifu, Horizon, Dying Light, I'm gonna probably pick up all of them, but probably play the one that I feel I can beat the fastest and go for. And Dying Light, I'm gonna wait for reviews to come out to let me know what that 500 hours is looking like. Because if it's a lot of fetch quests and empty things to do, I might wait on that.
Okay, maybe almost like an update. Apparently, Dying Light 2 story is supposed to be 70 to 80 hour game. Is that too long? I don't think so.
Wow, that is long.
I don't think so, because it's an open world game.
For that game, it's kind of long.
For an open world, I think it works because Red Dead Redemption 2. Red Dead Redemption 2 is about 60 hours, right? Red
I don't know.
Redemption.
I didn't beat
that
it.
game's
I
long
got
as
bored
fuck.
after
Yeah.
chapter
No, I
3.
mean, if you play story straight, I think it can be roughly around 50, 60 hours, right?
Maybe I
Mm.
played a lot of it, but I didn't play it straight. I just went exploring, but
Yeah, I also didn't play it straight. It's yeah, I didn't play it straight. That's why I didn't know. But what do you think? Yeah, because for open world, I think there's leeway there that it can be longer. And 80 hours is good amount of content, to be honest, especially if it's story mode only.
I'm okay if it's
Yeah.
interesting. You know what I mean? If it's interesting things to do, like okay, take like Red Dead. You could fall into any kind of random encounter, and those encounters are meaningful. So I'm definitely okay with that if if the main story's meaningful and it's great. But if it's boring and slow, it's gonna be horrible. It all
Oh,
depends. But 500 hours, that's what are they gonna fill that with to get the platinum if you're going for that? Because that's a lot.
yeah. Hey, I already feel sorry for the completionist. Shout out to him.
I'm not there. I know there's gonna be people who's gonna do it, and I'm gonna congratulate them if they do it. Because
Man,
Always-
I asked out of ignorance, what game are you guys talking about that's 500 hours?
Dying Light 2. Dying Light 2.
That, wow.
We're gonna talk about it with you, Teran. First, K. Go ahead, K.
Which one are we talking about? We're talking
you-
about all the releases in
Yeah,
February?
just the February month. When it comes to game, do you think game gonna get left out? And your take on Dying Light 2 being 500 hours for completing, for getting the plat, and almost 70, 80 hours just story content only.
Yeah, I'm with the Nate. I don't think Dying Light 2 is going to be dead on arrival. And like he was saying, there's a lot of games coming out, but there's a lot of people that don't care for one game or the other, and so they're going to go towards something like Dying Light or maybe someone just wants Sifu that month. You don't know. And there's a lot of variety in these games too. Like they're not all in the same genre, so it's gonna appeal to different people. So I don't think any of these games are really gonna have a problem with sales. And then you have some people they're gonna pick one game over the other, but like the next month later they're gonna pick up the other game as soon as they're finished, and that's still within that release date. Dying Light being like 500 hours, to me that sounds overwhelming. Like I wouldn't do it. I would beat the game and be done, unless the gameplay was so fun that I didn't want to stop,
Pretty sure you
and
can
I went
play
ahead
it
and went
co-op.
for it.
Pretty sure that you can play it co-op.
It's
so-
4-player co-op.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
maybe,
no, that's the best part of Dying Light, the co-op. It's really fun.
yeah.
I swear.
So
Yeah.
maybe that's
So,
one way to lose yourself.
yeah,
Is it
man.
for
Like if I get
commentators?
Dying Light 2, I'm most definitely gonna play co-op. Definitely. It's just fun.
Okay. Are you finished, Kay?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay. Teran, go ahead. What's your take on Dying Light being 500 hours to get the plat and 80 hours, 70, 80 hours to story content only? And do you think it's gonna get snubbed? Not snubbed, left out with
This is my opinion. It's great that it's a long game, but you're coming out of the month with two extremely long games. I'm suspecting that Horizon is going to be 80 hours, maybe more, and Elder Ring is also going to be extremely long. I think it's a bad month for it to come out because it's too much in that month. And if they were smart, I would delay it until at least June. But I'm not in marketing. Maybe it's been a long time in development and people need to make their money. But I think it's a bad time to release it next month. Personally, I think it's a mistake.
That's how I
500
feel. Yeah?
500 hours.
Yeah. But
That's
just
a lot.
Remember, he's
forget the
referring to
plat.
completion for like the plat. By the
Yeah,
way,
yeah.
it's not the
for
game
the-
itself.
I know that for completion for the plat. That's what I'm saying. Like, wow, that's a lot.
Uh,
But even 80
story
hours for the
content, yeah.
storyline, just for the storyline, that's really healthy amount of content for a open world single player game. And plus it has co-op, so it's not technically single player. But I think it's definitely going to get crushed. It's coming out at a bad spot. As well as I look at it as you got another long game in a month with 2 other games that are extremely long. I don't know how that's going to work. Maybe there are, like Kay said, there's going to be people that's going to choose one of the 3. But I have a feeling most people, and I just get it from people on Twitter and people in my list, they all getting Horizon, or they're getting Elden Ring, or they're getting those 2. Hardly anybody I've been running to mentioned Dying Light in certain places. I mean, people are excited for it, but I think it's actually coming out in a bad spot in time. And it's going to be a really good game. Maybe you can release it closer to where Titan Teen is at, like in April. But if you release that game in February, I won't lie, I think it's dead on arrival.
No, I don't think that's correct, Taran. I think one thing that you're admitting that you're saying that most people you're speaking to, they're interested in the other games you mentioned. But don't forget that the circles that you're in is mostly PlayStation, right? So mostly like kind of hardcore PlayStation people. So they probably are skewing towards being more interested in Horizons of exclusive game as well as Sifu. So that's, I mean, like what you're saying might be true for your people, but that's anecdotal. I think that the audiences would be different. This is just my opinion, by the way. I think the audiences would be different enough. Like the genres are pretty different, like very different actually, because Dying Light's like a survival zombie game, right, in first person, something like that. So yeah, I Dead on Arrival I think would be a bit strong. I mean, you could say maybe the sales would be a bit weaker, but then also don't forget that Dying Light's going to be on multiple platforms as well. So
I mean,
but at the end of the day, let's be real. PlayStation is gonna sell the most copies when it comes to sales.
Dying Light was really popular on PC. I
was going to say it's more like PC. I think Dying Light's more going to sell more on PC. To be honest, I think it's more of a PC game.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but all I'm saying, maybe I said that too strongly, but I just have a feeling you're releasing 3 big games in 1 month.
Yeah,
no,
3.
I think you have you have a point there. They are releasing very close, and believe me, I think that those publishers would all rather have their games spaced out nowhere near any of those other releases. But that's unfortunately the way it's turned out because of multiple. I mean, Dying Light 2 was delayed as well, wasn't it? I seem to remember that being delayed.
It was delayed.
Right. So yeah, they've all been delayed out of their ideal spots, and it's going to cost them more money. But the more you delay a game, right, the more money it costs you. So they're like, okay, we need to get it out. We can't avoid all of these games. There's other games coming out where we don't necessarily know the dates for them and stuff like that. So I personally, I do not think Dying Light 2 is dead on arrival. But bear in mind, this is a game I'm just talking about from like my sales knowledge. It's not. I've never played Dying Light. I'm not particularly interested in that game myself. It's not my type of game. But from what I know of it, I think it will do well enough in its own right. I don't really think you're going to see any significant impact from the sales of those other games. I mean, in order for us to see an impact, like if we would have to know the numbers and know that this sold less than the first game in that same time period, I don't think that's going to happen personally.
So let me ask you, Jody. I mean, would it not be better for this game if it's, which I think is not possible because, as you said, it's already been delayed to this point where it's at now. Wouldn't it be better for this game to release in a more calmer month instead of February?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who's the publisher of that game. I'm sure the publisher would love to be away from every other big release possible and have like 2 weeks other side of it, but it just wasn't possible, you know.
Yeah, and that month, the month of February, every week a big game is coming out. If Sifu's a small game, a big game, depending on who you are, that's the first week in February. Well, actually, Dying Light comes out the second, right, or the third? It's early.
The fourth.
That is the first week you get Dying Light. The next week you get Sifu. The week after that you get Horizon. The week after that you get Elden Ring. That's a lot.
First of all, I don't think Dying Light's going to be affected by Sifu at all. That game's too small.
No.
And it's
I know that ain't going.
Oh, it's on one platform. Dying Light 2 is, as you would say, it's a couple of weeks away from Horizon Forbidden West, right? So the 2 weeks actually would be sufficient. I think the 2 weeks would be sufficient. That they're far away enough, and also genres are just so different. And plus, Dying Light 2 is on multiple platforms that I don't think it'll be affected.
All right. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna go to Weeb.
I don't give a shit about Dying Light. Let's stop it.
I mean, I don't give a shit about it. I've got an opinion about the sales, you know.
At least pretend. You care about the topic.
I pretended. Come on.
Yeah.
There's other games in the topic, sir.
Yeah, let's move on because you've made a list as long as the...
Yeah. What's called? We're gonna now talk about what's else? Xbox Japan and Smoke and Mirrors. So take it away.
Oh my god, I'm not prepared. No, I'm alright. Yeah, so I would like to firstly give a background to we're just jumping in and saying Xbox Japan Smoke and Mirrors. Well, what are we talking about? Well, what we're referring to is the Famitsu sales for the last 2 weeks of the year. It actually goes up to the 1st of January because that's the way the weeks kind of work out. So we got, instead of getting it weekly, we got 2 weeks worth of data, and that happens every year, basically because the New Year's is the biggest holiday in the Japanese calendar, so that most companies and stuff have time off, so they've collated two weeks worth of software and hardware sales. So when I read you the numbers, but bear in mind that it's 2 weeks, okay? So the Switch sold 394,000. The PS5 sold 72,000. Xbox Series, that's both X and S, sold 2,159. 2DS was 670, and PS4 was 68. I think the PS4 is pretty much dead at this point. That they shifted their resources to the PlayStation 5 due to the chip shortage. Now, as I said, the New Year's is the biggest holiday in the Japanese calendar. There's Christmas to an extent in Japan, but it's celebrated quite differently to it is in the West, and it's not. I don't believe it's an actual like national holidays and a day off, but there is gift giving to children and couples and so on. But with New Year's, there's money given to children called otoshidama. So there's like quite a lot of spending money. So that's why you're seeing even Sony's shipping even more PS5s, because previously there was like the previous numbers we got was like 1,000 or something like that. So and the Switch, of course, I mean they've just they sent the motherload to Japan. It's basically what's happened with the Switch. About almost half of those were the OLED model as well. But the one main question we're going to talk about is Xbox Series. Now, what we've had statements from Microsoft. Now, I say statements, I don't mean just people talking about Microsoft, not just articles. I mean, like actual stuff that they've said about, oh, it's our fastest growing. Japan's our fastest growing market. We really want to expand in Japan. We want to grow in Japan. We want this. We've had multiple statements from different executives, including the head of Xbox Asia, which you'll be surprised, as I was surprised to learn, Xbox Asia is not based in Asia. It's actually based in Australia. It's not even in Asia at all. So I was surprised to learn that, but there you go.
What does that... Wait. What does that mean? Can you
so
elaborate?
Yeah. So what I wanted to look up. So the head of Xbox Asia is a guy called Jeremy Hinton. And when the Xbox launched in Japan, they did they posted a blog on the Japanese version of the Xbox website there, and it was like, oh, sorry, I can't be in Japan now, and I was like, and he said it's just head of Xbox Asia. So there's no I don't think there's like an Xbox Japan head office in Japan at all. Maybe they used to have one, but they don't have that. Xbox offices in Japan. They probably have something. They have some presence, but not like the head. Okay, I was laughing. They have it's just Xbox Asia now. They lump it all together. So when I looked it up, and I looked up Jeremy Hinton on LinkedIn, he's in Sydney, Australia. And it said that he's head of Xbox Asia, which includes Australia and New Zealand. So they just lump all that together, and they're based in Sydney, because I'm sure you remember that the Xbox Japan Twitter account that tweeted out a New Year's greeting like 4 hours early, and people were kind of a little bit perplexed about that, as was I. But when you look it up, I think Sydney is like a 4-hour time difference from Japan. I think it's about 4 hours. So yeah. I think they just tweeted it out midnight Sydney time. So I think that's what happened. So yeah, Xbox Asia isn't in Asia, and that's part of the issue really with what they have with their localization and stuff, is that they don't have really a presence in non-English speaking countries. They're not there. Like, they don't have like boots on the ground, and so they're just out of it. So that's part of it. So yeah, as we discussed with this, only 2,000 units, because I had done predictions. I know Arcade did predictions. Genki Gamer, not Genki Gamer anymore. I think it's just Genki now. He dropped the gamer part. Genki, so another friend of ours on Twitter. We all did predictions, and we all predicted that the Xbox Series would be something like 10 to 20,000. I think I predicted about 15,000 units for that.
20. He did 20.
He did 20.
I did 10. I
did 10. We were all way off.
Way off. Like, for all, way off in. We're way off in both PlayStation and Xbox. I was really surprised, because there have been issues about PlayStation not giving a lot of stock to Japan, right? So to be honest with you, I didn't expect a lot at all. And when I saw the number, I couldn't even believe it myself when I saw it, because we're talking about a 2 weeks gap. Famitsu reports 2 weeks and 2 weeks, right? Mm-hmm. We're talking about 2 weeks before that, they only sold over 7,000 PS5s, right? Less than 7,000.
Yeah.
You jump from the 2 weeks after that, they jumped up to over 70K. That is a huge jump that even I did not expect, because I really thought that, maybe Sony is prioritizing the West more. But this statement is kind of like, maybe they are still within it. You know what I mean?
They are mid. It's like I'm trying to understand what PlayStation like. Let's be honest. PlayStation is a gigantic brand, and they don't have enough ships. They just don't.
No. This is the thing, man. This is the thing. You need to understand, right? It's well known by now in Japan that portable mobile gaming is kind of like hot shit. It's a hot topic, and a lot of people in media, of course, publications, does see Japan as console gaming is almost dead. However, however,
Not quite.
yeah, but however, that jump in number is kind of a statement that maybe there is still interest, like a big interest in console gaming in Japan. Like it's not completely dead as people perceive it to be. You know what I mean?
It's
Because
not.
again,
It's not dead.
Only
No.
because the consoles are getting
declined,
sold out immediately.
no, you need to understand, Karaba. It was a terrible, last year. It's undeniable. It was terrible, but again, I was pleasantly surprised about because a 7K to 70K jump is not a joke. It's like I remember getting into a. I think it was you, Joey, right? I mentioned that I cannot completely say if there's no complete interest or support until I see stocks allocated because there is a stock issue, right? That's kind of like what I said to you, remember? So
Yeah.
I remember saying that, and then I remember saying that to so many people because so many people were so fear mongering this, and I couldn't blame them because of numbers don't lie. And when I saw the Famitsu sales and it's 2 weeks gap, and I was just surprised, like wow, they sent that a lot of PS5s, for the New Year sales. Sony still understands their market. You know what I mean? Like they
So-
still know. Yeah.
So you'll
Go ahead.
notice that but the estimate I made was about 60,000, right? So I was the
Yeah.
I was the closest. So I was actually expecting the shipment to be higher because there's a guy on the Twitter called Paul Gale Network. Shouts to him. He had some information. Okay, so he said he had received information. I don't know how. He said he had received information that the shipment would be 10 times higher than normal. So his estimate was that it could be anything from 10,000 to 90,000 based on what
Yeah.
they had been shipping for the previous few weeks. So my estimate was based on what's the most that they've ever shipped, and I'm going to double it, and that's how I came to 60,000. But even I was lower than 70,000 in the end. Yeah.
When I mentioned before that because of console gaming not so hot anymore in Japan, if PlayStation really reaches 3 million PS5s by the end of 2022, I said that would be considered a massive success, right? Because it's just the truth. It is considered a massive success if they
That-
reach 3 million by 2022. And from the numbers that were generated, by that Famitsu hardware sales, there is a possibility that they can actually reach that.
So
especially-
if they keep
Right,
up
sorry.
with they're at 1 point. So they're
I
over.
think
a
they're
million
almost
now.
they're almost 2 mil. They're almost 2 million actually. I mean, they already reached a million, right? They already broke a million,
I don't think
and
it's
they
about
are on the.
2 million.
No, they already no, not 2 million. I said almost because they already broke the 1 million. They already
They
broke
broke
that.
a million. Yes.
Yeah, which is still impressive, based on stock issues. Then again, if this is consistent with what they did at the start of the year, there is a chance really that they can reach either 2 or 3 million by the end of 2022 because all they would need now basically is the games to market what the Japanese people, Japanese gamers like, right?
Yeah.
Right
so
now,
at the moment, there's a bit of a problem
It's
with that.
Gran Turismo 7 right now, yeah. Only Gran Turismo 7 right now.
is coming out in March, I believe.
March, yeah.
Before
There's gonna
that
be
was,
a
Horizon
surge as
Forbidden
well. Yeah, and Gran Turismo 7 there's gonna be a surge because it's extremely popular in Japan. So yeah, that'll be a push.
You
But
think-
yeah, they need more games like that. FF16
I
is
have
like
a question.
the perfect.
Do you
Go ahead.
think Forbidden was gonna do numbers in
No.
Japan?
No.
This is hard. Horizon Zero Dawn did okay. Like for example, compared to a game like
It'll do okay. I think it'll do about what it did last time, which was
Yeah.
200k lifetime.
compared to Last of Us 2 and Ghost of Tsushima, which is arguably the most successful PlayStation exclusive in
Yeah.
Japan.
Ghost of
Oh,
Tsushima-
so Ghost of Tsushima over Last of Us 2?
yeah.
Yes. Ghost of Tsushima over The Last of Us 2.
By a
Last of
lot.
Us 2, Last of Us 2 is kind of like the second most, but yeah, Ghost of Tsushima, yeah,
And
definitely
where
took the
is
top
God of
spot.
War?
Okay. God of War's not,
God of War.
not very popular.
God of War's not very high. It's kind of like a like a Horizon situation. The only thing that
Less than
helps.
Horizon. It's not popular there.
No,
at all.
actually, it's it's a little bit higher than Horizon. There's a reason for it. I'm gonna tell you exactly why.
Oh, I was talking
God of
about
War.
the whole history of the franchise. Is like,
Yeah.
no.
God of War had Japanese dub, and
They did a dub. Okay, right.
yeah, God of War has Japanese dub, and the voice actors they use are really famous, famous voice actors.
Really.
And that helped a little bit, like a little bit to surge a little bit more than Horizon Zero Dawn. Like when I saw the Japanese dub of God of War, Kratos, I immediately recognized who it was because he is very popular in anime, and I'm pretty sure you guys would know him if you watch My Hero Academia in Japanese. The Japanese voice actor of All Might is the same guy voice acting Japanese Kratos.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no, I do. I mean, I've watched My Hero.
Yeah, and
Yeah, that's a W and a half.
when I saw that, and I'm pretty sure anybody who would who knows him would recognize him, and
So-
that would entice more people to, of course, play.
I have a
'Cause,
question then.
yeah,
Is Forbidden West not gonna have a Japanese dub?
the Rise Zero Dawn didn't get one, so I don't know if Forbidden West is getting one.
Eh?
God of War getting Japanese dub was actually a surprise to me.
Wait,
I didn't even know they would do that.
Hold on. So
Yeah,
if it's
yeah.
not Japanese dub, what do they? Because not every. And again, I'm not trying to be different.
Yes, subtitles. No, it's subtitles.
So,
Subtitles. There's only a few games, PlayStation exclusives, from the West that has Japanese dub. Another game that has a Japanese dub is The Last of Us. Last of Us is a Japanese dub, and again, those games with Japanese dubs, they do a little bit better than the ones that doesn't have it because it'll be easier for
Horizon
Japanese
Forbidden
people to play.
The fact that
Right.
Horizon Zero Dawn doesn't have Japanese dub boggled my mind. Like, this is PlayStation third party.
I'll be honest. Okay, I didn't know that they didn't have Japanese dubs for all the PlayStation games. I assumed they all had it. They don't all have
Not
it.
all of them.
That's very
Not all of
interesting
them.
because obviously, like that, it's cost. Obviously, it's an increased cost to do the dubbing and everything. So, I mean, that the only thing I could say really is that if they gave dubbing to, say, God of War and The Last of Us, but not Horizon Zero Dawn, it may be that they thought those games would do better. Oh, I know. Do you know? It's probably because they were established franchises and Forbidden West was a new IP. It could be that.
That's also possible. Yeah, I mean, there's an audience already, so maybe the investment is easier. But
Yeah.
no, again, those kind of games with, the exclusives that has Japanese dub, they do help. Again, like God of War and Last of Us 2, which is again second most popular game in Japan, and Ghost of Tsushima is kind of like it's Japanese dub as well, and it's kind of like the same thing. The voice actor of Daisuke Tsuji's Kazuya Nakai, voice actor of Zoro from One Piece.
Yeah.
Extremely popular voice actor. The voice actor of Joel in Last of Us in Japanese is Koichi Yamadera. He is very famous because he voiced a ton of characters. Like he is one of the most famous voice actors in Japan. And when Sony got him for Last of Us, like this man costs a lot.
Who did he voice?
He was supposed to be in Yakuza 7 as Akiyama because he's Akiyama in Yakuza. But Yakuza 7, one of the reasons why he was not there because he was too expensive for them at that time.
Well, yeah, wow. Okay.
And all right, so Koichi Yamadera voiced a ton of characters, in Japan. Like if you're gonna search him, you're gonna see a lot of characters. So I'm a call out one famous character that he voiced, Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop.
Never watched the anime, but okay, I know who he is.
He voiced
Bebop. Fuck you.
Oh
Yeah, I
man,
never did.
Omar. All right,
I
so
never did.
he voiced Beerus from
okay.
Dragon Ball. He voiced Daffy Duck from Kingdom Hearts, the Japanese one. He's one of the most talented voice actors in Japan. He has such a huge catalog of voice actors. He voiced Aokiji from One Piece, the ice guy.
Oh,
The Ice Admiral.
Okay, I know you're talking
Yeah,
about.
that's
Okay.
yeah, that's he voiced Kenshiro from Fists of the North Star. He voiced he voiced so many characters. He voiced yeah, man, like again, I'm sorry, I'm kind of getting excited. I'm a big fanboy of this guy.
Yeah.
I'm a big fanboy of this guy.
That's great, but can we get back a little bit back to the
Sorry. Yeah, no. The point is, Sony has a fighting chance. Nintendo is dominating, yes, but they have a chance to like have their own, bubble of success. You know what I mean? Like they have their own bubble of success in Japan if they will only do it right, because they already did the first great step, which is to put all of what they got in the New Year sales. They understand their market. You know what's so good about Sony? Why they have a global market? Because they understand their market somehow. Like this is the busiest time of the year in America. It's Black Friday, so we send a lot of PS5s on Black Friday. You know what I mean? They kind of understand their markets, right? What Jody mentioned, and this is something that Genki Gamer is really upset about, and I can understand why, because he likes Xbox, right? And this is the thing, man. Like small mistakes pile up to the point that you will understand that they don't really care about you. They only care about the developers in Japan, to get some of their games. And I'm gonna tell you some mistakes that I've seen because Genki Gamer is very vocal about it.
Okay.
First mistake, and I'm pretty sure you remember this, Jody. The American and the European version of Game Pass has all the Japanese games.
Right. Yeah. I've been talking about this for ages. I've talked about this for a number of times.
Yeah.
Now, for example, because I went and I looked, the Kingdom Hearts games. Sorry, not Kingdom Hearts. I think it might have been
Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom
Hearts and Final Fantasy games are not on Game Pass in Japan. They're not on Japanese Game Pass.
What?
There's more than that. It's more than that.
It's more than that. I've been
Final
to
Fantasy
Game Pass and counted how many Japanese games in there. It's like 10 to 20. You think, it's full of the way they advertise it. It's like, it's full of Japanese games. It's not.
It's the Final Fantasy. Right. So Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, Dragon Quest, Monster Hunter. The only Japanese games right there is the Yakuza games. They're in Japanese Game Pass.
Dragon Quest is in Japanese Game Pass, but
not all of them though. Not all of them. Not all of them. That's
okay. So Dragon Quest 11S was in Japanese Game Pass because
it's a Japanese Game Pass, yeah.
Yeah, because it was on their marketing for in Japan as well, on their leaflets and stuff like that. Yeah. But the other ones aren't.
The others one, no. Exactly. So again, the big guns, Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, Dragon Quest is not complete, and there's a lot more. And I think only if I can count in my head again, Dragon Quest 11, the Yakuza games, which is basically 7 games. No, 8 games.
Well, some of them have left Game Pass now, actually.
And I know, but they were there before. And Scarlet Nexus, of course, Scarlet Nexus.
So before. No, sorry, finish it. Sorry.
No, Scarlet Nexus, it's basically kind of it. I'm pretty sure there's maybe a smaller ones like Craftopia is a Japanese, game exclusive to Xbox right now.
I'm not even sure. That might be in Japanese Game Pass. I'm not sure, but I know that.
I think it is. Yeah, I believe it is. I remember Genki talking about it.
Oh, right.
That's the thing.
It's ones, like AI that's coming in files and things like that.
It's the first mistake though, because you want Japanese people to use this, but you don't give the games that they want.
Exactly.
That's the first disconnect. So second is
they won't pay for it because what I want to say about the Final Fantasy games is when I brought this up, people are like, "Oh, is it Sony? Sony's blocking them," and I'm like, "No, then
no.
How would that make remote business sense for a company to be trying to block a tiny little subscription? So no, then that's not happening. What it is that when you get this game, you have to pay for the licensing in each country and region. You have to pay for the licensing. You have to pay for it to be rated and all sorts of other costs. Yeah. Basically, what it is that the Microsoft they didn't want to pay whatever licensing money or fee that Square Enix wanted for those games in Japan. And Microsoft is a $1 trillion company. It's not like they can't afford it. They just decided, no, we don't want to pay that. Okay, so this is what Akira was saying as well.
So,
This is why I cannot take them seriously. And when Akira's done, I'll have to get onto the numbers, the low numbers.
Yeah, I got an argument for anyone who says that Sony blocks Square Enix games. So first of all, any time exclusive deals is between Square Enix and Sony. It's both of them, not one. It's always both of them. It doesn't work that somebody can block someone. It doesn't work like that. Number two is this. Xbox has so many opportunities to get some games from Square Enix. The biggest example that I can think of, and I am so baffled that people are blaming Sony and Square Enix for this. Final Fantasy XIV. Yoshi P said so many times he wants this game on Xbox. You say he wants this game on Xbox, he just need cooperation with Microsoft. It's been 11 damn years.
But you know
Sony's not blocking no one.
No, it's not Sony. It's because in the past, because don't forget this was 11 years ago, so it started off. It was like PS3 360 era, right? Back then, Microsoft's policy is that they did not want crossplay. They didn't want any cross. They had to be
I remember that.
crossplay, and they wanted separate servers, and they made some other demands and things like that back then. And obviously the game didn't get off to the best start. It's since improved, and different things have happened, and now there always has been crossplay between PC and PlayStation, but at the time, Microsoft did not want crossplay for.
Yeah, but Yoshi P kept repeating it even when they allowed crossplay. He already repeated it again,
right?
But they still did nothing basically.
So Microsoft changed their policies. They've changed their policies. They want now it's all about crossplay and playing everywhere, right?
But they still did nothing.
The problem is that I think that you have to remember because they keep changing their mind and doing this and doing that. Like you've got to maybe look at it from they're businesses, but there's people behind that, And my speculation is that maybe Square Enix felt messed around a bit, and by that point, where that Xbox was maybe saying that, because don't forget the other thing is that they're looking at the numbers with.
Of course.
With Final Fantasy XIV, it's not a free-to-play game. It is a subscription game. There's a quite a generous trial at the moment that they have, but it is a subscription. It is a subscription game. So on PlayStation, right? If you have the subscription for Final Fantasy XIV, you do not need to pay for. You don't need to pay additionally for PlayStation Plus in order to play the game online because it's already online. So then the question is, from now and also because this has been going on for years, right? What was the plans to implement this on Xbox? What was Xbox? What were they going to do? Because they've only had Game Pass a few years and everything like that. Were they gonna drop gold? Because don't forget that it was only now recently where now they've dropped gold for free to play games. So and that was under some. I won't get into that now, but that was under some pressure.
No, they don't have any game plan.
No, exactly.
Wait, no, sorry, let me finish. Are they thinking now, all right, we're going to put this in Game Pass? Well, Final Fantasy 14 is, in pounds, it's about, I think the cheapest is $7.99. So that's
$12,
about $10 to $12. That's more than isn't that more than Game Pass? Or about the same as Game Pass?
No, that's $15 as well. Yeah, it also goes $15.
So it'd be double. So we've just seen recently the Ubisoft Plus subscription, whatever they call it, right? They've put it onto Xbox, the Xbox platform, but it's not rolled into Game Pass, as some people thought in the beginning. The reason for that is that the Ubisoft Plus subscription thing is like $15+ a month. It's already like they're saying, well, EA Play is in there. EA Play is like $4.99 a month. Okay, so Ubisoft would have to take a huge loss or get a giant bag from Microsoft, which obviously they're not prepared to do, in order to roll that in. And so how would Final Fantasy 14, which would, in my opinion, would have a small player base, and the reason I base this off the fact that they already have a Japanese MMO on their game, on their
Phantasy Star Online.
They have Phantasy Star Online. When that first came out, I looked at it's a free to play game. It's completely free to play, and it doesn't. In the week it first was on there, it appeared in the Xbox Most Played list, and then it bounced off.
Yeah, they kept that game. They kept that game though.
It never went back. It's not in the top 50 most played games, even though there's other free to play games in there. So the audience would be quite low, and then that's free to play. So an audience that wants to play
full game though. Yeah.
It's a full game. So the audience that wants to play a subscription game, pay for a subscription, is probably lower. And then you need to obviously you've got to add into that with the fact that there's obviously now because Final Fantasy 14 is popular, there's been it's not a good time for them to try and port that into a whole. I mean, I can't even imagine the work involved in trying to get that onto a whole another platform where they don't even have the servers to support people who play now.
It's a lot of work.
So
it's a lot of work.
It'd be a lot of work.
And Yoshi P needs sleep, man. Like, I also wanted to say, right, about the blocking thing. How does Sony block a fucking multiplat? Like, if they're gonna put Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts on it, they are already multiplats. There is nothing to block about it.
Yeah, so they're
already part of that ecosystem. It's a multiplat.
They're already on the platform. We're talking about the fact that they're not on Game Pass in Japan.
The service, So saying that Sony blocks him is one of the most stupid shit I've ever seen. All right, I cannot express that enough. Now, that's the first mistake, right? Japanese Game Pass, first mistake. Second mistake is, you know those things about if you want to support something, you need to do it from within as well. And Genki Gamer, I really thought that the Japanese Xbox account is being managed by a Japanese individual, because it's Japanese and it looks good so far aesthetically, right? But then they made this small mistakes like tweeting in Korean.
Yeah.
So when I saw that, and I saw someone complaining about that, a fellow Japanese guy who actually plays Xbox.
Yeah, that's right.
When I saw that was like, that is definitely not a Japanese individual. Somebody's using Google Translate there and tweeting with that account, and that is minimal effort already, that you cannot even have someone from within to manage that account, because if you want to make, no, it's not about disrespectful. It's about if you want connections.
Yeah, if you want
people here,
local connections with local people.
Yeah.
Like I said, I looked into it because I tweeted it out about that stuff, and some people got a bit tilted by that. But I looked for
that tweet, by the way, because they were called out. They deleted that tweet because they were called out by a lot of people. Yeah, they deleted. They were called out by a lot of people.
Because I didn't.
They were called out by a lot of people.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know. Didn't know that. But
it's too many people calling them out. I'm sorry, they would need to delete that. It's too embarrassing.
Yeah. So
it's too embarrassing.
When I looked into it, like I said, there is no Xbox Asia, which includes Japan. There is no Xbox Japan office because I've tried to look into it. Xbox Japan, Xbox Asia it's not in Asia.
Here about it.
It's in Australia. Yeah. It's in Sydney. It's not even in Asia. This is the difference. Asia and the whole of Asia, by the way. When I say Asia, I mean the entire continent. They put Asia, Australia, and New Zealand all together onto one thing, and it's managed from Australia.
This is the thing, and this is the thing that Sony does better. That's why they have a global market. People can give flack Sony because they are a corporation, but them building connections through people is a thing that they've been doing for years, because they wanted to make big in America. So what they did is they invested an American office. They got American people working on it. They have American people marketing their stuff as well. They got the European side with European people on it marketing the European side. They got the Japanese, they got the Chinese people, they got people from India, they got people from South Korea, they got people everywhere from within. It's building connections within. I talked to the China Hero project leader, and the way he talked about PlayStation. You were Dan Jody, right? When I talked to him,
Yeah.
the China Hero project.
Oh,
The
can
way
you
he
hear
talked
me?
about Sony.
Nothing's
Yeah,
frozen. You can hear
I
me.
can
Oh,
hear.
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The way he talked about Sony, because he's a PlayStation employee now, right? In PlayStation China, that's what he said. He is a PlayStation employee in PlayStation China because SIE operates there on that office, from within, because they are making connections with those people, just like with Shuei Yoshida. Even though he's in Japan, he said he still checks them regularly, just to know where they're at. That's kind of like what the project leader of China Hero Project said, and that happens so many times, and that's why Sony got global markets, because somehow they understand how to build connections with the people within of the places that they want to invest in, and that's kind of like something that they just do better. Sorry.
So to bring it back a little bit to the subject we were talking about with Xbox and Japan, what it is that we all overestimated what we thought that Microsoft, the amount of units Microsoft would actually send to Japan because of their stuff. Yeah, they have said stuff, and Genki Gamer was feeling a little bit optimistic. I was feeling, I think they will. I
gave them leeway. I gave them leeway. It said 10K.
I thought there was a photograph of some Xboxes coming into Yodobashi. So
Yodobashi, yeah.
Yeah, so I thought, it's okay. So then when I saw the numbers come up, and it's 2,000 for 2 weeks over the biggest retail shopping period in Japan, with the biggest holiday in Japan, I was like, nah, I'm done with it now. I'm not. And what I actually tweeted out, I thought Microsoft was making an effort, but I was wrong, and I put a red flag emoji. I love those emojis.
This is what I meant about small mistakes.
Sorry, not Genki. Okay, well, let me finish my tweet.
Sorry.
And I said I will never trust Microsoft when they say they want more of a presence in the Japanese market if they're only prepared to allocate 2K units during the busiest retail period in the Japanese calendar. Okay, and then I had some other people that tweeted and kind of concurred with me that 2,000 units is absolutely not, and I just cannot. That's it. I'm done giving them leeway. I can't take what I cannot take what they're saying seriously, because their efforts are so low. They do the bare minimum they need to do to actually have Xbox units in the country, right? Because it would be impossible for them to get anybody to develop for their system if they didn't have systems readily available in the country, right? That people were playing on. So they just doing the bare minimum to convince some Japanese publishers to put some of their games on their platform for the Western audience. So that's when I hear people say, Greg, oh, why are they not getting this JRPG, this visual novel or whatever? And I'm like, okay, but you're naming games that are not like gonna do the best necessarily internationally. Yeah. They're talking about Neo: The World Ends With You, and I'm like, but that game is not. They're talking about games of that kind of. Kind of level. And like, what, that game is not. It's just not going. They sort of games.
A seller.
You fell for Phil Spencer's gun. That's what happened.
No, this is the thing, man. This is the thing. This is what I meant by. This is what I meant about small mistakes pile up. Because I'm gonna tell you something. Yeah. If they had a Japanese individual that on their team managing that account, they would know that this is the busiest time of the year in Japan. They would know that if they had someone like that. Because that's the thing about connections. If you have connections with people from within, they will tell you things about the country that you need to know to understand your market better.
Oh, they definitely.
This actually explains the
whole one sec.
situation.
But that's the thing, man. They don't have that. That's why they don't know. They don't understand the market. And this is the thing, man. I know Xbox people will blame Japanese people. We only like Japanese products. But this is exactly why it's upsetting, because how the fuck do you buy something when you have not even heard of it because there's no market push. There's no marketing push about it. I'm gonna tell you right now that the lobby, Geo, because of them, started removing Xbox consoles because there's no marketing push to even let the people know they exist. Now, anybody who enters that fucking store, would not even know what the box is.
They don't know it exists.
Because there's no marketing.
By the way, it's total bullshit that Japanese people don't buy Western products. I mean,
yeah, no, it's total bullshit.
That is bullshit. I mean, we all know that.
Yeah, it's still bullshit. Yeah, but that's kind of like the excuse that they want to protect Phil or MS because this is the problem that Geeky Gamer.
Xbox fucked up right from the very beginning because you can see look it up on YouTube. There's an interesting documentary about how Xbox fucked up the launch. That they sent Bill Gates there, but he just gave a presentation in English. They were woefully unprepared. They had a slogan, but apparently they didn't tell the people they sent to Japan. So when they asked, okay, what's your vision? What's your slogan? We don't have one. So they completely fucked up the launch of Xbox right from the get go, and they've never recovered from it.
This brings me back to. This brings me back to.
This is their fourth.
This brings me back to Xbox TGA, right? Fucking Shinji Mikami. One of the most awkward conversations I have witnessed in my life, right? Like he was literally using the face, the face of Shinji Mikami just to show the Japanese people that he's here with Xbox, right? But it didn't really talk about anything. They didn't even talk about anything worthwhile about what they plan to do.
No, they don't talk about any games. I think that it wasn't even to show Japanese people as in Japanese gamers. That was for Japanese developers.
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
But that's the thing, man. Like
the moment when Xbox did the whole Mini-san. That was for me.
That was a mistake. And mistakes are.
No, it's not such a mistake.
I mean,
the issue was. No, wait. The issue was that it was pre-recorded. It wasn't going out live. It was pre-recorded.
It was pre-recorded.
To leave that mistake in just goes to show they didn't have anybody who spoke Japanese. You would pick that up straight. I can't even speak Japanese. I only know a little bit of basic Japanese, and I picked it up. So, any native speaker or someone who just learnt the language to and their native level would know that straight away.
That mistake. That's not a big deal. I said before that. Actually, this is so funny because every time, they make a small mistake, me, Geeky Gamer, and there was this other guy, Ruiz, we say the same thing, and I'm pretty sure you've seen this, Jay, because we always said the same thing. We always said, this is what we said. It's just a small mistake, just try to understand him, but it won't hurt to put in a little effort. That is exactly what we said about so many things. That's what we said when we saw that. That's what we said when they tweeted in Korean. That's what we said when they tweeted on the wrong time on New Year. That's always what we said. It won't hurt. Look, it's not a big deal to make this mistake, but it won't hurt to put a little effort in. That's what we all said. Again, it's also kind of forgiving, but at the same time, they are not big mistakes. But that's what I meant. Small mistakes pile up. They keep on piling up, and they keep on piling up, and people will eventually notice, which they are starting to notice as well. And that's the thing, man. Like that is the thing. It's a little effort. A little effort won't hurt. You know what? I am going to keep an eye on when Ghostwire Tokyo releases. You know why? Because when Ghostwire Tokyo releases, that is like a time normally. When a game releases, normally some game developers leave, just like with Forza, for example, right? It's kind of a common thing, right? It's kind of a common thing. So
you're right.
I'm keeping my eye on they like. I think they really need to make Mikami really happy because that man has a history of leaving.
Yeah,
just leaving if he's unhappy with something.
Okay,
And
I was thinking the same thing as well. I'm not gonna
No.
lie.
this is so funny because I talked to some Xbox Japanese people. And
Really?
whenever I talk to them, or when I see like people from the West talk to them, because they welcome them right in the ecosystem, and when they ask them, you know what, it's really cool that Shinji Mikami is with Xbox now. A lot of these people would answer that, yeah, but we're not sure.
Well,
That's the answer. Yeah,
We're not sure. What do they mean? We're not sure.
we're not sure because these people are aware. These people are aware Shinji Mikami is kind of tied to PlayStation. That's where his audience is. So what he meant is they're not sure. They're not sure if he's happy where he is because he didn't really choose to be there.
Yes, it was
That's the
it was taken out of his hands because he sold his company to ZeniMax, but he didn't sell it to Microsoft.
Yeah.
So
that's why the response is, even if they have even if they're Xbox fans from Japan, they know Shinji Mikami. He's a very famous
they know his
developer.
right.
They know him.
Yeah.
And that's like that. Those kind of responses are interesting because again, it's not impossible to keep him, but they need to really make that man really happy because the thing about Shinji Mikami, is this man knows who he is. This man knows what he can do. This man is very arrogant. This man has a huge ego, and if you don't do it right with this man, he would leave. Just like how he left Platinum Games, because I'm pretty sure Tamiya and him, both huge egos, they're clashing and they cannot live in the same studio. You know what I mean? And that's the thing, man. Like, it's not impossible to make him happy, but it's also very easy to annoy him.
Okay, Akira, I wanna move to other people and have their opinion. And Jody, do you understand why I said this show is gonna be a long show?
Yes,
we are literally talking about the first topic. We're almost 1.5 an hour in.
That's why
we're not gonna cover every topic.
Prioritize some I mean, we didn't have to go on for this for so long, to be fair, but
go ahead, Nate. What's your take on this whole conversation?
I mean, honestly, they pretty much, there's nothing they really haven't said about it. I mean, we all know the state of Xbox in Japan in reality. So, personally, it doesn't really faze me as long as particularly Xbox isn't affecting the games I want to play that are coming out of Japan. I don't really care. I mean, they already said, it's insensitive, and clearly, the mistakes and stuff have piled up and people can see that. So, just kind of is what it is, man. I don't, like I said, there's not much more you could say on the topic other than what they stated. So, I mean, it just kind of is what it is.
Okay. Okay.
I have nothing to add. The experts did it very well.
Okay. Yeah, we got actually 2 experts on that front. Yeah, I'm happy about that. Rashid? Okay. Tehran?
Also, nothing else to add. I think the first 2 people talked about it was actually quite elegant in what they said, and I believe them.
Okay. And Despair, because he joined us, I have no idea when.
He's just lurking.
Okay. From my end, yeah, you guys covered it completely. I will add just one thing to that. It already was over to me when I found out when Akira said what he said about Scarlet Lexus numbers being in the red, and they had literally needed one of the developers to go out on public TV
TV and
Just
radio, yeah.
exactly like that. When I heard that story, it was over for me. Which I'm
I
gonna
mean, the developer was forgiving. He's a nice guy. He's a very nice
nah
guy. But yeah,
forgiven. I keep it 100. You know me, and
yeah,
I'm not gonna pretend that shit didn't happen just
yeah. Okay.
because people are gonna get mad about it. Like, no, that's the reality. You don't like it, sue me. So when I heard that, that's when I realized, yeah, no, it's over. I already knew that the whole Scalebound fiasco did a lot of damage to Xbox in Japan, but to hear what happened with Scarlet Nexus, I truly believe, and I truly believe it right now, Xbox is not gonna ever recover from that fiasco. I truly don't believe they're gonna ever able to do so. Which I'm gonna go to segue into this rumor very fast, just a minute or five, which is apparently how credible is this rumor, Akira? Because you live in Japan, the whole thing with Square Enix skipping Xbox when it comes to Final Fantasy.
So this is the thing, man. This is so it was VGC who said this rumor, right?
Who is it?
And VGC, VGC. That's them, right? Who released this?
Yeah, Video Game Chronicles, right? And
Yeah.
when you're
Is
when
it
you're
credible?
well, what
They have that's the thing, man. When they do rumors about PlayStation, they get a lot of things right. I gotta be honest. They kind of do, which is so weird because VGC is kind of
the thing.
VGC has Tom Warren, right? That was Tom
thing
Warren.
is-
Tom Warren is VGC, right? Is it?
No, he's
Tom's guy? No.
no.
Shit.
Tom Warren is he's Tom Warren is a guy that always talks about Xbox. It's not that's
Yeah, I was wondering.
No, I mean his
Someone-
publication. I thought it was VGC, his publication.
no, he's with I'm
think he's
drawing
with-
I'm drawing a complete blank now, but it's not VGC. I don't think.
Yeah, okay. But that's the thing.
So
Go ahead.
I want to say something about that article and the comment. I don't think that article said anything beyond the obvious what we can observe as not
Yeah,
being
it's just obvious. Yeah.
not being privy to these meetings. Already since Final Fantasy 15, the last two mainline Final Fantasy games have only been on PlayStation, and we know that because they said we know publicly that they were there's exclusivity deals, right? And what we know about the Final Fantasy VII remake deal is that when that first or prior to the release, there was box art, and on the box art it said in small print, this will not be available on other platforms until after and the date was 1 year from the release date. And so what happened was, people as that date approached, people were like, oh yeah, it's coming, it's gonna be Xbox soon, and which was a fairly safe assumption because we've seen other games that happen in the past. And then the date came and went and nothing happened, right? And so it didn't go to Xbox, and then it didn't even go to PC at that. It's on PC now, but obviously at that point it wasn't on PC, right? This is like more than 6 months ago or something. So no, yeah, it must have been like almost 10 months. It was quite a while ago. So there was no word at that point of it being on PC or Xbox. And then there was another release of the game on PlayStation 5. That was the Integrate release, and there was additional DLC that was only available on PlayStation 5. It wasn't available on PS4, where the game had originally released. So at that point, all of the analysts, the websites, everyone started speculating, saying, oh well, PlayStation's extended the exclusivity deal by another 6 months, and that I could say that, anybody could say that. It was obvious at that point that there had either that had happened, or they just didn't. It might not even be that. It might not even be these things aren't always contractual, right? It's not always cast iron in stone contractual. It could have been a number of things as to why that the game hadn't gone to other platforms. That it could even be what is a delay due to COVID of them doing the porting. It could have been, we don't know what it was, right? But any of us could have said that, oh well, there's something that's been extended, because we all observed the extension, we all observed the additional time. So for VGC to come out and say, oh well, first of all, they worded it two different ways. When they did the tweet said, it was summarized as something like, Square Enix wants mainline Final Fantasy to be only associated with PlayStation or something, right? And when I read the tweet, and I was like, that makes no sense. Why would they push for that to happen? Because like the only reason it is exclusive is because they get in a bag, that's business sense, right? When I read the actual article, it said Sony wants it to be associated with PlayStation, which makes more sense because they're the platform holder and they would be the one paying a bag. So it didn't make sense to me that Square Enix would be making that statement. But I think it was, honestly, I think that it was kind of just clickbaity, because it didn't state anything beyond what we as just ordinary people, ordinary gamers can observe. We can all say that because we already know Final Fantasy VII Remake is exclusive. It's gone to PC now. There's still no word of it going to Xbox, right? And we know the next mainline Final Fantasy, which is maybe going to come out this year. We're not sure. Could be end of this year, beginning of next year. Is exclusive to PlayStation. Okay, so the next Final Fantasy after that is probably going to be 5-6 years. So to say, oh well, they're all going to be exclusive to PlayStation this generation. Well, no shit.
The sequel will definitely be sequel of 7 Remake. Definitely be.
7 Remake is probably another couple of years away at least, right? So it's like saying, well, no shit. Of course they're not going to be. I mean, we can observe that, right? But we do know that that spin-off Stranger in Paradise is going to Xbox. So
yeah, it's multiplayer. Yeah. Ninja.
They didn't say anything beyond what we can observe ourselves. And if we just do the maths and say, well, it's going to take them another 5 years, 6 years to develop Final Fantasy 17, and there might even be that's assuming there's a development goes smoothly and there's like DLC and so it's like, well, of course, yeah. If you work out how long is a generation going to be, well then yeah, no shit, it's probably good. There's probably not going to be more. So it was a stupid article, and I think my opinion, I think we can just dismiss it out of hand, because it's just, they're saying they writ it as though they had inside information. They may do, but the way it was worded, I don't think it's not.
So you
nothing.
believe it's just clickbait?
No, this is the thing. This is the thing about the article. The article, for me, to be honest, I don't even need the article to know that, right? Because if you're a Square Enix fan for a long time, which I am, and you know their ups and downs, and you know ever since Final Fantasy VII, they've been married to PlayStation, basically, in a way, right? Like Final Fantasy started with the Nintendo, of course, right? With 7, they left Nintendo because they said that the console cannot support what they want to do anymore. That's why they went to PlayStation. After 7, Final Fantasy was exclusive. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 was a multiplat. 13 was a multiplat, and it was in development hell as well. It went through development hell. 14, again, is so weird. Yoshi P wanted that on Xbox, but nothing happened. Again, 15 is a multiplat, right? 15 is a multiplat, and again, that game went through development hell yet again. And then now 16 and 7 Remake is exclusive, and Stranger Paradise is multiplat. Tactics is... Also, by the way, all games from Square Enix going to Nintendo, they're all outsourced work, by the way. Kind of like a, like gets a few bucks from it. Like, so, support the player base in there, because the Switch is a massive moneymaker. Now, this is the thing. There's always been a pattern that Square Enix and PlayStation are just really kind of a hand-in-hand. They have each other's backs for a long time now. Been 4 generations that they had each other's backs. The only thing missing really is for them merging, because they're really that tight already. Now, I'm going to give you an example. Nier Automata before was PlayStation exclusive before it went to PC then Xbox. I think 3 years, right? about 3 years, I believe, before it went there, right? And
It was over 1 year. I know that, but I'm not sure.
sorry, they got a lot of IPs as well that were kind of a PlayStation first. Another IP that people would actually remember would be Parasite Eve, right?
Well, the only thing
Parasite Eve.
I'd like to say about that is that you did mention 7 to older Final Fantasy game and Parasite Eve. That even the only differences between those and the modern Final Fantasy games is that there was not contractual exclusivity of those games back then because
Yeah,
they
no, they're just there.
they didn't need to be. They were de facto
Exactly.
exclusives because
And-
at the time the
Sorry,
Nintendo 64 was, as you said, is cartridges, so they wanted
Yeah.
to develop the much cheaper
No.
CD format. But now the reason for Final Fantasy 16 being exclusive is we know it's contractual
Yeah, it's
exclusivity.
contractual.
We know that
It
there's
would be.
a
It's easier to make that deal though, because again,
there's,
it's easier to make that deal because they were tight. Like I said, it's easier to make
Well,
those deals because
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Square Enix knows what to do and how to. I actually think they're one of the better examples of a Japanese publisher, and that they know what to do for each platform. So, for example, they do have a working relationship. I would say a fairly good relationship with Microsoft. They have put some of their games into Game Pass. They've put what was it called again? Was it Outriders or something? I can't remember what the name was.
Yeah,
That-
Outriders.
Outriders and Out the Path Traveler also went into Game Pass.
But by the way, I also wanted to say Kingdom Hearts was PlayStation first before it became a multiplat. Again,
Mhm.
But yeah, but
I don't
again, they were de facto exclusives. That wasn't contractual.
yeah, but the thing, Joe, that's a relationship you built though.
Yeah,
There is a relationship there.
That's because of the relationship they had, and it's also there's a number of factors anyway. Anyway, we're going to get off track if we go into that too much. But
The point that I was trying to make is this only simple, and I don't know if Square Enix kind of noticed it now or realized it, but this is the thing. I've been a Square Enix fan for a very long time, and I've always noticed something about them. And I think any Square Enix fan would agree with the statement I'm about to say. Square Enix struggles with their multiplats. They just do. Their exclusives, they do, yeah.
I wouldn't.
Their exclusives were,
What
you
did
know,
they struggle with?
most of their multiplats always went through development hell.
Yeah, but they've had
Always.
games go through development hell that weren't.
Yeah, no, but the thing is,
Final
not only
Fantasy VII
not
remake went through complete development hell.
listen, Jody. Not only by development hell, also by reception. And I don't know why they're hand in hand, but I'm gonna give you some examples. 13, right? 13 is the first Final Fantasy multiplat. Went through development hell and also has one of the worst receptions of a Final Fantasy game. I don't know why that is, or what fumbled there, or what they did wrong, or where they went wrong, but that is just the truth. And maybe they were trying to please more audiences because they went multiplat, but then maybe it failed because of it. But that's a fact as well. Reception is really bad for 13. Another Final Fantasy development hell, 15. 15 went through extreme development hell, and the reception as well. And even if a lot of people right now love 15, is still kind of one of the most divisive receptions of a Final Fantasy game that landed. I don't know why. Again, is it because they're trying to please too many people? Is it a disconnect with people? And of course, 13 and 15 sold more on PlayStation. Of course, that's just not even because Final Fantasy is kind of a PlayStation fan base. Yeah.
Guys, I would like to maybe push back a little bit on what you're saying. I don't think it's necessarily because those games were multi-platform why they
I said I only noticed a pattern. I didn't say because they're multiplats.
Yeah,
I said I noticed a pattern that Square Enix kind of struggles with multiplats.
What I'm saying is the pattern that you're saying that you said you'll notice. I'm saying that correlation doesn't equal causation. Another thing I'd like to say is 14 went through development hell and was badly received. And it was terrible. That was terrible. On PC, but it was only on at the time PS3. So I think maybe, and there's probably some other examples, because I don't know every single game off the top of my head, but I don't think that
You
point.
can
I don't think that point you're making
no here
into
here. You can try
into
to
the
you
larger
can
conversation that
you,
we're having
you can
about
try.
about what we're saying. And you did interrupt me before, so I just want to finish what I was saying about
Sorry.
Microsoft actually having a good relationship with Square. A different relationship, though. Okay, it doesn't go back as far because Xbox hasn't existed as long. But they did put some of their games into Game Pass. Outriders went day and date. I said Square Enix is a very good example of a Japanese publisher that knows how to get the most out of each platform. So they had those deals with Microsoft. They also had at one point they had Tomb Raider. They did a timed exclusivity deal with that.
That was a lot of money, though. That was a
Well,
lot
yeah,
of money.
it was a lot of money.
I
But
don't think anybody would say no to that.
I'm just no, I'm just demonstrating that they have an established relationship. And
Yeah,
also,
but it's not as it's not like with
Can I finish? Can I finish, please?
Let her finish.
yeah, all right.
And
Yeah,
also,
I mean, you didn't let my point finish as well. That's why I was. Yeah, go ahead.
You interrupted me before. Okay, well, you started talking about the 90s and Final Fantasy VII and stuff. So
No, because it's a history. It's a legacy. Go ahead.
Right,
Sorry.
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying any of that. I'm just saying that they do have a relationship, a working good relationship, in my opinion, with Microsoft, in that they know how to get the most from each platform. I'll come to a conclusion. And also one of their studios, Crystal Dynamics, so we know it is going to be working on or co-developing a first-party game for Xbox, and that is the Perfect Dark reboot. So my point is that that they don't have it's not a case of that they don't have a good relationship, but it's just that they know what is going to sell on what platform. Final Fantasy is just never going to sell as well on Xbox as it is on PlayStation. Okay, because the game is too strongly associated with PlayStation. Most of the fan base is there, etc., etc., etc. Okay, and when it comes to their other Japanese games, Square Enix doesn't release their smaller titles, Japanese titles, on Xbox. They didn't release Neo: The World Ends With You. They didn't release the card game. I've forgotten the name of it. They didn't release
Voice of Cards.
They didn't release Dungeon Encounters and some other things. Octopath Traveler went there because Microsoft gave a bag, otherwise that game would never have went there. So I think that yes, they have a relationship with so you can tell I'm getting tired now. Fucking hell. They have a relationship with Sony that goes back decades, and making Final Fantasy 16 and some of the other ones exclusive for a bag. Let's face it, makes total sense for them. Business wise, but it's not like there's no relationship with Microsoft, and they know it makes sense for those games. They're like, well, our Japanese games are just going to sell better on PlayStation and Nintendo, and we're going to put them there, and then the Western stuff, we're going to make deals. We're going to make Game Pass deals. We're going to use one of our Western studios to co-develop. So that's the only point I was making. Just a teeny bit, because if we agree on everything, okay, right, it doesn't make for an interesting conversation.
No. I don't need you to agree with me. I just wanted to finish the point I was trying to make. I was really not done yet.
Go for it.
To be honest. Basically, what I was trying to say is I would never deny that Square Enix is really smart with how they handle their IPs. Again, it's easier for Sony to make these deals with Square Enix. Forspoken, for example. Forspoken is not really a completely Japanese game per se. It's still made by Japanese developers. but it's not really completely a Japanese game that what you know the PlayStation is normally associated with Square Enix. But they were able to make that deal, right? And because it's just they just have a closer relationship to personally to get the bigger ones on them. Now, what I was trying to say is this: of course there will be development hell all throughout some games, right? I was only going from a majority and minority kind of thing, and based on Square Enix history with dealing with optimizations and how they develop their games. So Square Enix so many times voiced what they want, that they normally want to only focus on one because it's easier to optimize, it's easier to work with, it's easier for them to do that. And again, there was a pattern that kind of mirrors what they were saying about that, because there are really so many multi-plat games that they struggled with. I mentioned 13 and 15. Kingdom Hearts 3 as well went through extreme development hell when they were developing it for multiple platforms. Also, one of the worst receptions for Kingdom Hearts games, which is unheard of because Kingdom Hearts again was so beloved in Kingdom Hearts 2 before 3 even landed, and it's not a great reception. So again,
I don't blame
there's a majority
because 3 was horrible.
Yeah, there's a majority and minority kind of thing. I would never deny that there are exclusives of wins for development hell that maybe had some bad receptions as well. However, we're going to talk majority and minority. Square Enix really struggled a lot with multiplats, but they always they excelled a lot with exclusives or time exclusive. Doesn't matter which platform they are. But Nintendo, PlayStation, or if it's Xbox only, they always excelled in working with one platform because, again, they have voiced so many times in their technical demos that they really would prefer to work with one because it's easier to optimize, it's easier to work with, it's easier to bring their visions to life. It's kind of like the Square Enix way in development. That's why when they say that, and when I see that there's really a lot of multiplats they struggled with, it can really be connected with what they want. That's why with bigger games, Square Enix is kind of like would want to prefer to work with one platform first. 7 Remake, for example, it seems like they work with 7 Remake PlayStation first because they work as well on PC, which still ended up being a terrible launch for a port, right? So again, I'm not arguing, the business practices, but I'm also saying that Square Enix has this kind of history and they voiced this thing as well. And it's not impossible that there might be more Square Enix timed exclusives for PlayStation. Because not only that they have a better relationship, they have a long ass relationship, and they're hand in hand. They have each other's backs, and they got a lot of IPs that basically grew from PlayStation. Like I said, if Parasite Eve would ever come back, I would expect it to be a time exclusive. To be honest with you.
Well,
because of the legacy counts.
That would come back or not, but I think what you're saying makes sense. When it comes to develop for one. One platform,
but I'm not disagreeing with your point though.
Statements, and they did that before in the past with some of the older games. That we're talking about 90s and 2000s. I think the difference is now is that Square Enix will only do it for a bag. I think that's the difference. Whereas in the 90s they weren't getting bags for it.
I don't disagree with you, but that's also like again as a long-time Square Enix fan, it's what I noticed. Like Square Enix is really pushing, gaming a lot. Like the joke about Square Enix is a generation would not be complete without a Square Enix tech demo. You know what I mean? Because Square Enix always makes one. Because they always try to test how much they can push, how much they can, make with their development or their technology and that kind of stuff. But yeah, go ahead, Taran. Sorry.
Okay, so someone else, Taran, give us your insight.
Okay, so I wonder sometimes when it comes to multi-platform development, is it always the best thing? Because just because a game is everywhere doesn't mean it's necessarily going to perform the best. There are games that sit on one console or one what we call ecosystem now, basically one console, and still sell 20, sometimes even 30 million copies. I think when I hear people say to me sometimes, well, it should go everywhere so it has a better chance to succeed. I find that a little crazy much of a statement when I hear that sometimes because there are games that go everywhere right now and still don't sell a lot because ain't nobody interested in it. Exactly. It doesn't matter. It does not matter how many places you put something. if people are not interested in it, I'm not going to say trash or garbage because I think that's a little bit too hard here. But if it's not interesting to a group of people, they're not going to buy it, or it's not going to sell well, or you're going to throw it in a service like Game Pass. Point example, you could have sold Octopath Traveler on Xbox. No one would have bought it. No one played it on Game Pass either because that's not their speed. And when you move over to Final Fantasy, yes, the base of that game is definitely on PlayStation side. And I will even take it one step further. Most games like that come from Square Enix, they probably will sell close to best or the better on Nintendo platforms, and they don't even have to cross over to each other to sell the best. It's just where the fan base where games are. And we get this ideal in our heads that we're executives and we're not, or the executives sometimes get in their head like they're fans and they're not. You can put something somewhere, doesn't mean it's going to make your money back, and it does not mean it's going to sell. Case in point, I hate to throw it back about 2 decades almost when Resident Evil got snatched away from PlayStation. They had it on the Nintendo GameCube, and it did very much so, didn't perform that very well. Those games sold better later when they went to other places where the audience more matched those games when they came out. And I think when Final Fantasy, you could put Final Fantasy Remake Part 7 on Xbox. Would it sell very well? And I always say, in my little circle with people I talk to that plays on the Xbox or on the PlayStation, I can kind of tell where people are going with their fan base. Some people don't like RPGs. Some people like me, I don't dig shooters anymore, though I used to be very much into a shooter fan. But as time goes on, I think developers and development, as well as the fan bases, it's gonna separate. No matter how hard we try to push people together at a certain thing, there's these little tribes even in gaming. And if you push a game on a platform that doesn't really care for it, it will fail. So that's all I wanted to say, because I think we always get it, oh, it should go everywhere. I don't think that's always the best for a particular game, franchise, or series. You can put it wherever you want to, doesn't mean it's going to sell. And at the end of the day, when they go talk to their bosses, who are the investors, and we the fans, and we can't get access to a game that what a fan base really lives at, that'll be on them. They won't get their money back. Oh, well, people will buy that particular platform. Sometimes they won't. And a lot of people, though as many as us probably up in this room might end up buying all the platforms, the general consumer will not. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
Well, hold on real quick. I wanted to go further into his point because I bring this shit up all the time. And a large part of what you're talking about, Taran, is something that I bring up a lot. And this is a big difference between, like I said, there's a lot of people in the community that are just gamers, and they a lot of times try to get into the conversations that I personally have been into for a long time with development, and they really don't understand what the fuck they talking about. So they do often say shit like, oh, it should go everywhere, and it would be wonderful for everyone, but they don't they don't understand the development side of things and what goes on and the benefits of those things. There have been on record multiple developers from almost every single publisher on the planet, I mean, if I look deep enough, that have basically said when they have developed something for a single platform that it was much more beneficial to the game's productivity and the result that you got to get from it because they only had to work on that one platform. So now you don't spend all this time troubleshooting. You don't spend all this time debugging and all this other shit you got to do between all these 500 different platforms. And people severely underestimate the work that it takes to port something to these different platforms, including PC. That is a big one, and a perfect example of that is, again, and I'm a huge PC gamer, and one of the things I can't stand about PC gamers wanting shit sometimes is they complain about the amount of time it takes to get some of these games over to the platform, and then when it comes and it's still broken because they just basically end up forcing it out, then they complain. And it's like, well, if you would have gave them the appropriate amount of time to finish the port the way you wanted it, which is not easy because PC gamers are a very pedantic, overly detailed bunch, and they want to bitch anytime any little feature is missing, especially now. It doesn't have DLSS. It doesn't have ultra-wide support. It doesn't have this, that, and the third. And everybody's like, acts like it's just a button press. And the reality is we know it's not, because if it was that easy, we'd all be fucking game developing, and it's not. So yeah, there are a large portion of games like it would like think about it. Like um, if somebody stated like people state like, oh well, if this game was everywhere, it would have done X amount better, right? Number one, they don't know that, and like we said, we've seen several games that are everywhere and literally do absolute trash numbers. Um, but if a game like Horizon, right? This is factual. So I know specifically they talked about it. There are several instances and things that they invented during the development of that game where they were like, well, because we were working with a single platform in mind when we were developing the game, we were able to implement all these features that you see and revamp the writing and revamp how Aloy reacted and how this and that happened. And when you actually get into the development of these things, you see the benefit that comes from this. So the fact that we got the game that we got is large part and due to the fact that they only worked on a single platform, which would not have been the case because most of these people are veterans of the industry and have worked on multi-platform games and have seen the result of having to cut a ton of shit because they're working on multiple platforms. And another factual statement, the original release of Grand Theft Auto 5 was delayed a year because they had a game breaking bug they encountered on PlayStation 3 and for that they could not fix for 6 months among other things they were working on. And then right as they thought they were fixing it and they did, they ran into a game breaking bug on the 360. That those game breaking bugs between the two platforms delayed the release a year. But see, this is what I'm saying. When people don't know and they just want they're speaking specifically from a consumer, like I just want it, not understanding the detriments that could happen, or the fact that we wouldn't have gotten the game that we got. You know what I'm saying? That makes everybody enjoy it so much. You know, they're like, oh, why didn't this release here? Well, you wouldn't have even gotten half the game that you got if they would have worked on 2-3 different platforms.
Interesting. So,
yeah.
Question about that. Is it...
Mm-hmm.
So everything that you just told me, I never knew. Most of it. The misconception, is it because we don't know the information? I'm putting console war and stuff aside. Genuine conversation. Like, if I knew all of this, I would have not said most of the things that I say. Is there such a disconnect between gamers and developers? Should we interact with each other more?
I don't.
Something.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
don't think that's you missing the point is not even developers and fans. It's more like publishers and console makers. Oh, we need it over here, or the developer, or excuse me, the publisher wants to push the game out. Now, like he mentioned, games that should possibly be developed on a primarily platform, release to that platform, get the best out of that platform, and maybe later release it to everybody else. But he is right. Remember, I used to hear this a lot as a kid because I'm 40, right? And when PlayStation was out, I used to hear the reason why this game only on PlayStation because the developer was able to test it to the metal and they got the very best out of it, right? And he mentioned PC gamers specifically, right? They bitched and moaned about they want to play Final Fantasy VII Remake. Why is it on PlayStation? Put it everywhere, more money. Game is now there. I'm not saying it's unsuccessful because it is, but they are complaining. Why is it like the PlayStation game? Can you play the game? Is it playable? Are you able to put your little mods in it? Does it work? Stop complaining. You got the game. Sometimes it's better to wait. If you on a specific platform that you do not want to move from, cool, you'll still eventually get the game. But sometimes developers, I'm not saying this is for every game, but for the better games, please do not put your stuff everywhere at one time when you're trying to first bring something out, because games suffer. And those that do it, you could, God, I don't want to. Okay, on the Xbox side, right? I think they should honestly concentrate on one platform, like PlayStation developers, at least until they're released on PC. Concentrate on that one platform. Just concentrate on it. Get the best out of the Xbox or the best out of the Switch. The Switch, most of their games, the overwhelming of their games, look amazing on a console that is weak as piss. Look how good those games look. and they're on one platform. They don't need 12 teraflops or 10 or full RDNA 2 or whatever else they need. Look at those games. But if you had those same devs trying to put something on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, or just Nintendo and PC, the game will suffer. Xbox games have suffered. And eventually we're going to start to see that when Sony one day will say, well, we want to do date and date. Those games are not going to be the same. You will see a decline in quality. And as my friend E just said, you will see those games, like, they will suffer. You will not get the same amount of quality. It is sometimes better, and I say this all the time on Twitter, which people get mad at me. What difference does it make? Tehran, it should go everywhere. But I said, don't even sell everywhere. It should go where it needs to go and perform the best, that particular platform, that particular community. Just because you put it somewhere doesn't mean it's going to work for you. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, you guys remember when, remember when Astel said Zelda's going to Xbox?
No, Akira, we're gonna actually move to a different person.
No. I'm just kidding. No. I'm trying to piggyback on Tehran's point. It means that some games are just meant to be, to one platform, because it's just let's just say it like this, right? You don't force things, especially when you're running a business. It's not always the case that because it's accessible for more, then that means it'll be more automatically. I don't think that works like that, because technically you're also forcing something. Like, let's just say in Xbox there are some players who love JRPGs, right? They're there, right? However, you cannot brute force it to be a big amount of players become JRPG fans if you just keep on releasing JRPGs on Xbox, right? Because first of all, the developers in question are taking risks to brute force that, right? And and most of the time they get saved by PlayStation sales anyway. And that's the thing, man. Like, I can understand what people are saying when they say, you know what? How can we know if it sells or not if they won't put it on this platform, dude? The games that are on your platform are not selling already. Like, you got the numbers already, and you just dismiss it because there's a brand new thing that you want, right? And it's kind of like sometimes, especially in these businesses, it's kind of like smart to just stay with your strength, right? Which is your audience. You know where they are. You know where they're strongest. And again, for me, Square Enix is one of the smartest publishers out there, because deep down they know their audience well, very well indeed. Like, even if people, for example, criticize something like First Soldier, the battle royale on phone, I'm sorry, it's successful. It seems like they understand they have an audience for it.
They're very successful with their mobile games in general.
Yeah, they have an idea. They have an idea where to put their audience. Like Jay said, they know when to put games on Xbox. They know when to be exclusive. They know when to be exclusive to Nintendo. They know where these audiences belong. Voice of Cards is on Nintendo, because I'm gonna tell you right now, that's not really gonna appeal to PlayStation. I'm telling you that right now. I'm serious. I played the game. I don't think it's gonna appeal to PlayStation at all, because it's kind of a thing that is popular on Nintendo, right? And that's like that's kind of like a lot of situations like that. You just don't brute force that. Octopath Traveler, they brute forced it, and look what happened. It faded into obscurity because it's on a platform where the audience is not there.
Well,
that game, I'm being honest with you. I'd say this real quick. If that game was on PlayStation right now,
it would do a little bit better. Like, it would do like Neo World Ends With You, right? The numbers, Square Enix is not completely happy with those numbers, but then still the numbers were still like, I would imagine that for a small game like Octopath Traveler, it would be within that scope, that there will still be like a cult following of players who would play that on PlayStation. Octopath Traveler.
I've tried to explain with Octopath Traveler the reason why Square Enix haven't put it on PlayStation is because of the money that they would have to spend in order to get those numbers. They'd have to spend a lot of. They'd have to like remarket the game, and
they don't want to do that. Yeah.
They don't want to spend that.
You're
For them,
satisfied.
for
Okay,
them, it's worth the. For them, I don't think it's worth the money. Otherwise, they would have done it.
Yeah, it's all good. Sorry, Karab.
you know,
Go
because
ahead,
I just
Kawada.
wanna go to a different person because I'm curious about K-Take and what's her name? Yeah, the rest, Weeb and the rest. Go ahead, Kay.
I really have nothing to add to that.
Okay. Weeb?
Yeah, I think we've talked enough about this topic.
Yeah, I want to ask.
Okay.
I want to ask Kay something though. Actually,
What's up?
we talk about some games just belongs to one platform, right? Because they have establishing audience. Let's just say it like this. For example, some of the first party of PlayStation, right? We're talking about the Western ones. For example,
Right?
some of them are multi-plat, right? Let's just say Horizon is a multi-plat. Do you think it would be more successful, or it would basically be the same numbers because Horizon is not the type of game that's on the Xbox audience? What do you think?
I mean, from what I've seen on Twitter, Horizon is not the kind of game that they want. So
Yeah.
I don't think it would do much better as a multi-plat.
And that's exactly-
Hold on, Kay.
that's
Hold
it.
on, Kay. Hold on, Kay. Not to cut you up, but don't you think that chat console were better? If Xbox truly had Horizon, don't you think they would be glorifying it and playing it?
You mean like Hellblade or something?
Yeah, something like Hellblade, but I'm not talking
I
about
think
the ones that talk about
I
it.
think Kawaba. Okay, so I put it like this. I talk to a lot of Xbox fans, right? I talk to a lot of them. You know I do mad number of Twitter spaces. Everybody knows that about me, right? I speak to a lot of people. Now, here's the thing, right? I get a sense of when I talk to people. Y'all see my game in Twitter space. I talk to people from a lot of places regardless. But you get a sense of what people are into, right? If you're talking a shooter game, it has a good chance of surviving on the Xbox platform. Not always, but more so of a chance. The problem with Horizon, if it went to Xbox, well, for me personally, it's the most unique new IP that came out in a long time. It's an RPG with mechanical machines that you're fighting in a post-apocalyptic world thrown back in time, and it's all mixed in there together. It's a smorgasbord of what that game is, right? People do love that game on PlayStation. People liked it somewhat on PC, but the fan base for that game is PlayStation. If you put, let's say, The Last of Us on Xbox, I think that game will sell on Xbox because there's nothing like it on Xbox. It's a shooter. It's violent. I'm just being honest from the people I talk to. They will buy that. Horizon, not so much. That's too much, because the Xbox fan base are definitely into things that go pop, pop, bang, shoot them up. They're not into anything. They're not into that. And I get that from talking to them. They're like, yeah, we really love this racing game. Forza Horizon is basically faded into the ether already. Even to a lesser extent, Halo is, but it's an exclusive and it's going to stick around just because of that reason. Yeah. But I think if you pay attention to what fan bases are into, you could put The Last of Us pretty much anywhere, and be it how great of a story that game is and how violent it is. I know a lot of people like to say, I don't like violent games. Stop lying to yourself. A lot of people play the most violent games and they sell basically almost the most sometimes. And you put The Last of Us pretty much everywhere. Same thing with Uncharted, which is another violent game with a lot of shooting in it. You can put it almost anywhere. But games sometimes that, God, I don't want to say it wrong. Games that need a slightly more deeper thought cohesive to it, you can't put that everywhere because it ain't going to always succeed everywhere. I'm just being honest.
And I want to add, hold on.
Sorry.
I just wanted to say one more thing. So the people that are on the Xbox side that do like games like Horizon, they already have a PlayStation as well.
Probably.
Fair, yeah, fair.
So
that is actually a very great point right there.
That is facts. That's facts.
That is a great point because because some people who owns both consoles would be inclined to to like those games, of course. But yeah, they would still choose to play them more on a preferred platform. It's kind of like what happens with people who owns multiple consoles. And the thing is, again, in my opinion, it's better to just understand your audience than brute force something, because
Right.
it just works better if you understand the audience. It will merit you more. That's kind of the thing I wanted to say. It will merit you more if you understand your audience, instead of brute forcing them to want something that they don't want. Like, you could test the waters. That's not a problem. You can test the waters, which they are testing the waters, and the waters being tested are not showing the results that they can brute force it. Because if the games that they already have are not selling already, what makes you think it's going to change when you put a new one in there, right? It's just, like, for example, as much as people say, PlayStation Black first-person shooters, right? The thing is, and this is the thing, right? There's really a lot of people on the PlayStation ecosystem that is not really into first-person shooters. There's like a history of that you can see that there is a pattern that there are people who loves first-person shooters.
I mean,
Maybe Battlefield and Call of Duty are Battlefield and Call of Duty. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say Call of Duty. I think sells best on PlayStation.
Yeah, it sells better on PlayStation, but that's the thing. Call of Duty is kind of it's a big brand. It's kind of a hard example. But let's try to do it on the PlayStation side. Like, for example, let's do Killzone, right? Let's do Killzone.
I don't think you can.
Killzone it did good, but not that good. You know what I mean? It did good, but not that good. Metro is a multiplat, right? It's also not that popular. Titanfall 2 is an amazing fucking game.
Yeah.
But, it still is not there. I can make a lot of first-person shooter examples that excludes Battlefield and Call of Duty. And there is a pattern that kind of, there is a lot of PlayStation fans that are not a huge fans of first-person shooters in general. Deathloop was successful in its own right, but not by that margin. You know what I'm trying to say?
Okay.
And it's like a pattern. Like, you can test the waters, but you cannot brute force it. It's kind of like how I see it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm curious about what's his name, Race the Emperor, because he just joined. I'm curious about his opinion.
What you need my opinion on?
About what's called what was the topic again?
So the main thing was
You add one.
was Square Enix or whatever, the Square Enix.
Yeah.
Why are they being blocked? Were they actively blocking them or whatever?
We went past that. It's like,
no, I mean, we're on it. That was the question, though.
was that the original?
That was the original question.
Yeah, I was asking about, like what I asked Kay. I said, what do you think even if a game is multiplat, it's not it's not bound for automatic success, because you cannot brute force an audience. You can try to understand your audience to be more successful, something like that, right? So I asked a question, right? If Horizon, for example, a game would be multiplat, do you think it would sell on the Xbox platform?
Yeah.
Oh,
that kind of thing.
Can I answer? If you put
Can you
Horizon,
give that to Race? And then
Sorry.
we'll go.
Yeah, later. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
I don't want to break up your guys' conversations and shit.
No, go ahead.
Great.
But the Horizon Zero Dawn one, I say that I don't think it would sell, but it would sell at the same time. It won't sell as much what people would think it would, but at the same time, I don't think it would sell.
So
Because yeah. I mean, if you ask me, I think, in my opinion, I think Xbox is more of the party type box. It's for everybody to get together and enjoy games together, like co-op or multiplayer and shit. In my opinion, I mean that's what I always had an Xbox for. That's where my friends will fucking play online at. And I always go for my single players on PlayStation.
Okay, gotcha. Now, Jody, what would you want to say?
So my opinion was about Horizon Zero Dawn specifically. If you put that game on Xbox now, obviously it wouldn't do as much. I think if that had been, let's just imagine just an alternative universe where that had been made by a third party, let's say, and it had been multi-platform at the same time and marketed for both platforms, I think it would have done fairly well on Xbox, but that's just my
Opinion.
just my opinion. Yeah, I think the key thing is that it would be simultaneous release and marketing. I think that plays like maybe more of a role than you'd think sometimes. I can't say exactly like how that game would do, but there are games that do, they're third party games that do well on Xbox, but yes, they're differing audiences on. There's different.
Which ones?
So what do you mean?
Don't Xbox gamers not buy games anymore?
Well, I mean, there's Game Pass now.
It's just play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Yeah, okay. I'm not like. I'm just mean like all things being equal, and if they were just released just as normal retail releases or whatever you want to call it, just buy the game. The marketing. I think marketing does play a big part. But yeah, if you put that game there now, it wouldn't sell a lot. No.
It would be interesting, actually. When Hellblade 2 releases. When Hellblade 2 releases, it would be interesting to see how it will be received.
It's not gonna do well.
Because Hellblade used to be big on PlayStation, right? It used to be. No,
Well-
sorry. It was more.
It was there first, but it wasn't. It actually didn't.
It was
didn't
better
do-
received. It didn't do so well, but it was very received.
critically, yeah, but financially it didn't work out for them, which is why
Yeah, it didn't work out. No. Yeah.
company got
But
into
it still was
trouble.
received better, and it was received not that good, on the Xbox side, because that was a multiplat, right? Hellblade was a multiplat. So it would be interesting to see how Hellblade 2 is going to perform,
Well,
because
originally
it seems like they're trying to kind of brute
Yeah.
force an audience.
I think
in this
critically it'll probably review well. But
Yeah, of course.
I think what's going to happen is that we won't know any numbers surrounding it because Microsoft won't release anything. Well, it's
I
just-
think a game then that's coming out fairly soon that's going to be on both. It's supposed to be a fairly big game. It will be a test scenario. There's Elden Ring. Elden Ring is coming out in February for both consoles. I wish we could get the real numbers to see how they both do. But I can pretty
How
much
well
guess.
does From Software game generally sell, by the way? Because imagine
PlayStation.
it's quite a neat audience.
That game's
Yeah,
going to sell a lot. That game's going to sell a lot.
No, I mean, no. This is the thing. From Software did gain a lot of PlayStation fans, and I'm pretty sure we know exactly why, right? There is a game exclusive that made the rounds and made From Software, apart from Dark Souls, that popular, and we know it's Bloodborne, right?
It gave them.
Bloodborne.
I'd interject slightly. It gave them a cult following, but the game actually didn't sell crazy well. Bloodborne sold
Wait,
about 2
Bloodborne?
million. Bloodborne sold 2 million.
Yeah, 2
It
million.
was considered successful, though. Bloodborne was considered successful.
Because it came out early that last generation, it was successful, but it didn't sell like crazy. I think the games that sold better was Sekiro, Shadow Die Twice. I think it sold very well on both, did it not? I gotta ask that question
Well,
because
I don't know. The platform breakdown has never been released. It was published by Activision. Don't forget, in the West, it was published by Activision. So we don't know platform breakdown for that. But I think the total is about 5 million, including PC.
and
Okay.
that's a lot of platforms just to get to 5 million.
Yeah.
But Elden Ring has a lot of hype behind it, and I will be honest, most people I talk to on Twitter Spaces, even on my console and other little circles I run in, everybody's talking about they pre-ordered that game, so
Okay.
Yeah.
it should do very well in February.
Yeah.
Will
Okay.
I think it will be the top selling game of that month? I don't think so.
Okay, I'm
Uh,
gonna.
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Go say what you want to say, and I'm actually gonna move
No,
on.
I'm done. It's fine.
Okay, so I'm actually gonna move on to a different topic, and this one I wanna give a big, 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 big shout out to Guap because he is the one that gave me the synopsis with what happened. So David Jaffe had both what's their name, Jeff Ross and Gabby Javin from ex band studio talk about Date Gone 2 and what happened with Date Gone and stuff like that. And the interview was almost like 4 hours long. So again, I can't stress it enough how much
How was
Guap
it with this podcast?
have helped me. So here is the small snippet about what we got information-wise. They'd gone to pitch, never made it to Sony proper, Jim Ryan or Sean Layden or Hammond Holt or Shuei, etc. It was shut down by eternal management at Ben Studio. So this is part one, Jason Schreier being wrong. And Jason Schreier is gonna be wrong in a lot of what we're gonna discuss now. The writer of Days Gone, John Garvin, has already written the story of Days Gone 2 and is willing to come back to Sony. Jeff Ross is not. That actually makes sense because they already teased us with that ending with Days Gone 1. Ben Studio had abandoned Unreal Engine and is working with Decima for their new engine, for new game. And Days Gone 2 would have been using Decima as well. That's surprising, especially with PlayStation committing to Unreal Engine 5. So, Guap, you're here. Is it your opinion that Unreal Engine is dog shit, or was it their opinion that Unreal Engine was bad? Cause
Unreal Engine's not dog shit, by the way.
Decima's better.
Gostina, you can join in.
You know that?
You should be part of the group. You don't need any invitation. You can just jump in. I already had.
Omar, Jesus Christ.
Oh shit! Oh my god! I didn't do it on purpose.
Oh shit!
You should have said you did it on purpose.
Sorry, I did shit because of this game, not because of Omar. Sorry. Oh my god, the monsters caught me by surprise.
Let me see if I can. I will check you 1 second. Ghost NHL. We almost got a Days Gone visual novel from John Garvin and a Spanish artist bridging Days Gone 1 and 2. That's fascinating.
So
okay, so Guap is saying they didn't get timely support from Epic and they got the Unreal Engine. Their concerns weren't prioritized. Okay, that's why. Okay. Both Jeff Ross and John Garvin admit their managing style was the issue and the foundation of their departure. John Garvin himself said he was a control freak, abrasive, and operated like a dictator. Jaffe cried over the Drawn to Death review, both the good and the bad. I'm pretty sure David Jaffe was trying to stir the pot, but he got shut down a few times. Jeff Ross stands by his claim Days Gone sold 10 million, which I genuinely believe that. Jeff Ross was depressed over the Days Gone critical reception. He stepped down at Stone Studio Bend and promoted and groomed his successor. He took a hiatus. Upon returning from his hiatus, Ben Studio forced him back into his creative director role. So to protect himself emotionally, he quit. if that's genuinely the case, then PlayStation should fire whoever did that to him, because you don't want that type of cancerous environment, work environment. Like, I don't understand when you have a studio like Naughty Dog working like they work, and Santa Monica and Guerrilla Games, and you have a studio like Days Gone being in shambles like that. Like, PlayStation need to do some cleaning at Ben Studio. Um, what's called? He left. He left. So Jeff Ross left almost 2 years, holiday 2020, after John Garvin, who had quit less than a week after Days Gone launch. So apparently Sony asked Ben to do another type of filter, and they declined. That's an L. That's a truly L on Ben Studio, cause if Ben Studio did something filter, one, they would have gotten more promotion, they would have gotten more reception, they would have also gotten more excitement from the fans. So that's such a big L from.
Well, what if they didn't want to work on it, though? You don't want to force a studio to work on something that they don't have any heart or passion in.
Fair, but they're the ones that created the original Sense filter. So then why put that weapon at the end? That gives almost like a nod to Sense filter. Also, spoilers for Days Gone. Days Gone apparently plays in the same universe as type of filter. Apparently. So this whole thing doesn't make any sense. I will have your guys' opinion, and I will add you Ghost in a Shell. Just let me finish reading the summary of it. Jason Schreier was lying about a lot, specifically Sony forcing Bend into support role for other studios. John Garvin said Sony doesn't do that at all, and the Bend employees asked to help other studios in between games to keep their skills sharp. Other things John Garvin said, Sony would rather have close the studio if they weren't successful instead of forcing them to help other studios. I 1000% believe that. Look what happened to so many PlayStation studios. They shut them down. You never heard of a PlayStation studio that got shut down. I started helping other studios. Like this. That's why I truly never believed David. What's his name? Jason Schreier. Sony royalty bonus program is very generous, according to both Garvin and Ross. However, Sony spends the royalty out over 18 to 24 months to prevent developers from leaving. That's very smart. Not gonna lie. Which is why you don't see moments like what you're seeing with Halo Infinite developers, lead writer or whatsoever, leaving literally after the game is finished. Garvin have what's called, if they quit during that time, the royalty are forfeited. John Garvin hasn't gotten 1 cent of royalty since he quit. So that's a rough one. Forfeited royalties are placed into a pool and spread among active employees. That's a dick move. Cut his royalty in half and give it to him. Like, that's how I would do it. One, because what you get is you get this concrete experience. One, the Sony dev met Jeff Ross at a bar and paid for the drinks and laughed in Jeff Ross' face for leaving, and smugly told Ross, haha, you left and I'm getting your money, that's why I can afford the drink. Like, I would fight you in a heartbeat if you did
Yeah,
that
but
to me.
this isn't strange. I mean, companies do this all the time. That they put provisions,
Like
bonuses,
that's fucked up on so
investment,
many
etc.
ways. It's not even funny. When you
Yeah.
have Shuei Yoshida, when you have all these big shot promoting positivity and stuff like that, and you have this shit happen behind your closed doors, now you need to crack down on that shit.
Yeah, but you know what it is, though, friend. If you were to get the sausage making in some of these studios, you would be shocked at some of the stuff that goes on. Because we keep forgetting these devs and developers or whatever you want to call them are just people. And as I said, he was dictatorial in the way he acted. You know, you can be the boss of a particular project, but you can't rub the studio members that work with you the wrong way.
Yeah.
And when he did that, that's one reason why his sequel to his game got turned down. Like you just said, when Jaffe talked to these two guys, and I'll mention something else on Jaffe too when you get to it. But Jaffe wanted more dirt than he got, and what he was expecting was that it was going to be the worst thing. Actually, I think it was pretty fair. They left the studio. The one guy waited until he got his royalty bonus. The other guy didn't, and he didn't get any money. Plus, you can't piss off a whole team of people that work at that. That studio grew. It didn't get smaller. Sony made it bigger. And when you mentioned that thing about Cyclone Filter, I don't know what the rumor is true or not, but there's a rumor out there that some studio, and that is probably Bend, I'm thinking, is making their own version of Metal Gear slash Cyclone Filter type game that's open world. And some people try to say it was the game they're working on right now, which is Men in Black. I don't think that's what it is. I think what they did was
No,
they.
this was discount that was the rumor discounted. So I don't think that's true.
Okay, well, but whatever they're working on, they chose to work on. Somebody just said, like, why would you try to force them to make something they don't want to make? That's the thing I learned from talking to developers through Twitter Spaces. Cause you cannot force
Can
a
I
dev
finish?
to work on.
Can I finish?
I'm sorry.
Uh,
I'm sorry.
and then you guys can go at it. Ghost, just send me, just hit me up on on Twitter because I don't know what you're at. So I invite you to Discord. Where is Guap Zilla? Because I'm almost done. Jeff Garvin said there will be no Days Gone 2 without Jeff Ross, as Jeff Ross is a technical guy and came up with the compelling gameplay found in Days Gone, specifically the bike implementation and the open world attacking the player constantly. Like, yeah, again, one of the best thing about Days Gone is bike mechanic and also how the world literally is there to attack you. Like, animals attack you, people attack you, you name it, they are all out there to kill you. And he said Jeff Ross had a terrible idea, in Guap opinion, for Days Gone 2, which is while you're fast traveling, it could potentially be interrupted by a random encounter like old school RPG, forcing the players to fight off enemies and fast travel. That interesting, but it takes away the entire concept of fast travel. I don't think that's a smart idea either. I agree with Guap. And Sony have pushed hard for co-op in Days Gone, and Ben defied them and cut it out. Yeah, if you got what's called, if you have if you have followed Days Gone, not even played it only, you would have known the game had a lot of changes made to it. One was the game was supposed to be a choice game, in the sense of like one point you have your mate injured. Do you go on a mission with his shotgun, or do you keep his shotgun and let him defend himself? while he is at recovering, and they cut all that shit out from the game. So yeah, Days Gone have been through developmental hell, and also he said Sony left them alone to do whatever they want for 20 years, and the only time they asked for something was the addition of multiplayer. That's interesting. I don't believe Days Gone needed multiplayer. John Garvin said, even if they delayed it another 6 months, that wouldn't have been enough to squash all the bugs because Unreal Engine is trash. That's the biggest I got out of this. I truly believed 6 months to a year would have been enough to what's called to move on, to clean it out, but apparently no. Apparently Unreal Engine was so bad for Days Gone developers. So I'm gonna open the floor to actually JCat, because I'm pretty sure you need to leave soon, right?
I don't.
Oh, sorry, I have to. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I hear you now. Fine. I'm pretty sure you need to leave soon, right?
Yeah, it's pretty late. And,
yeah. So I'm
so
gonna have you give your opinion, and Weeb, if you need to leave soon, then you can give your opinion, because there are a few other topics I need to go through, and with Ghost in a Shell joining. So go ahead, JCat. What do you make out of the interview, and do you think this put Jason Schreier in a bad light now?
do I think it puts what in a bad light?
Jason Schreier. Because he got, when you have the OG talk like this, and you are literally going against what Jason Schreier is saying, I'm gonna take your words over Jason Schreier any day of the week.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, Jason Schreier's report was quite a while back, so I can't quite remember every single thing he said. But regarding this the interview that the former devs had with David Jaffe, it was 4 hours long, so I had it on the background a bit today, so I was actually only able to hear half of it. I didn't have time to listen to the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the devs they're no longer at Sony, so they were able to say a few things, right? So one of the things they did say was that they were new, that they had never done a game of the scope of Days Gone before. It was that they had worked on Vita for the games for the Vita and different smaller games. So they commented it was the largest game that they had done, and they were new to Unreal Engine 4. Now I don't remember them saying Unreal Engine 4 is trashed. I think they more said it was just like they were learning as they were going along. And but one of the things that Jaffe asked them was that because they submitted the game, it was full of bugs. We knew it released buggy and everything. So Jaffe was like, well, why didn't you just like ask Sony for more time? And they said, well, Sony already did give them more time, that the game had been in development for over six years, and I think they felt that they couldn't delay it any longer, and they already had like all of the marketing and everything was in place for that. And was there something else that you wanted me to comment on specifically, Omar?
Basically, do you think what's called do you think Days Gone would have done better if it was a different IP now?
If it was a different IP?
Yeah, like for example, Zen Filter.
Well, Days. So I haven't played Days Gone myself. I have seen gameplay of it. I have watched it being streamed, I'll say. Although I haven't played it myself. I think at the time
Dodged the bullet.
Sorry?
You dodged the bullet there.
Yeah, I didn't. The reason I haven't played it mainly is because it didn't appeal to me. But I'll tell you what. The one thing the zombies or whatever they call them in Days Gone, they're too scary, right? I don't. Or they're not scary. They gross me out. They really gross me out. Because when I watched the gameplay of it, they made like their homes or whatever, their hives that they live in, they made it out of their own shit, and it just grossed me out. And I just can't play it. It's just so gross. I can't play that game. I'm really sorry, but yeah,
it was kind of telling us how the game would be.
I just didn't like that bit. Just grossed me out so much. I'm just like, I can't play that game, man. It's just disgusting. But yeah, if it had been, I mean, obviously, if it had been a different IP, it would have been, who knows? But I will say that at the time that had come out, during the time it had been developed, zombies were hot. Okay, there was like, you forget, The Walking Dead was probably at its height when that was being developed. They'd already had success with
the market was oversaturated, in my opinion.
It was set, so by the time they did release it, but obviously because it was delayed by like a couple of years, they thought, because they said in that interview, one thing they said that they thought it was originally 4 years, right? So this game took at least 2 years longer. So by the market was saturated by the time that came out, and then it was then also only like a year away from where The Last of Us took, because they'd already started the promotion for The Last of Us Part 2, I think. So the market was it was like the market being kind of saturated at that point, and that it launched buggy as hell. So that's why it didn't do too well. And ultimately, I think what a lot of it came down to was the reception, at how that launched, and the reviews, and how that brought down the Metacritic. The other thing that I'll add is that the devs or whoever had tweeted out that tweet about Days Gone had sold 8 million, they walked that back because it wasn't official numbers they'd got from Sony or internal numbers. They based it on data on a website regarding trophies, but unfortunately they didn't take into account the fact that they didn't account for the fact there's used copies, physical copies that are being resold and replayed by different people, and the fact that it's on PS Plus or PS Plus collection, and
no, wait. He actually said before it went to PS Plus, Days Gone sold 8 million or something like that.
No, they walked that back, Omar, because that wasn't data they'd got from Sony. He'd got it from this trophy tracking website, which it wasn't accurate data and didn't account for a lot of things.
Gotcha.
So that's the reason he walked it back, because it's like, well, I can't say it definitely sold multiple millions, but probably not quite, because if it was 8, because why people were quite incensed by it was like, well, 8, okay, Ghost of Tsushima sold 8 and it's getting a sequel and a movie, so what's going on here? So it probably was, significantly lower than 8, although we don't know how much. I think it probably sold in the region of 5, but I don't know. And so the combination of that stuff is why the game is not going to get a sequel for the foreseeable future. And the other thing is that there's the two devs that were on that show, and I think you mentioned it, Omar, that one of them said they was willing to go, if Sony asked them, do you want to come and work on it again on a sequel? One of them said they was willing to go back, and the other one said no, they didn't want to. But that, I mean, we don't know the reason for that. It could just be personal choices, could be family circumstances where they could be happy where they are. And we don't know what Bend Studio is working on now exactly, although it's been
No, wasn't that the guy who said he quit because he wasn't happy there? so it makes sense he wouldn't go back. Because
Oh, what's opposite?
yeah, I think that that's what you said, Omar, right? That the board forced him to go back into the directing position, and he didn't want that, and that's why he quit.
Yeah, I don't think Omen's there.
Hey, I just want to say, about the Days Gone thing, right? I was distancing myself more and more the more information they gave, because it was so inconsistent. Like, it was, the info that they gave was so all over the place that I didn't know what to believe anymore. And because of that, I just disregard it, because it's just. First of all, he apologized. He said it's not a slight at Ghost of Tsushima, but at the same time, he did the code tweet with misinformation on it about their own sales.
True.
And it's so inconsistent amount of info. It's like a Beer X employee. You know what I mean? It's like.
Yeah.
It's by the way, about the thing. I also agree that they should not be forced to make what they should make. I don't agree with that, Karaba, at all. As much as I want Siphon Filter, they don't want to make it, then we cannot force them. What's the magic about? I talked to the Chihiro Project, like I said, project leader. He told me something that I really liked. He said something like this: they manage these people with SIE, however, they never interfere with what these developers want to do. They let them go. They only help them make it happen, basically. And if Ben would say they don't want to make Siphon Filter, there's no way Sony would force them to do so. Right? It's not part of their philosophy in making games.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's good, because in my opinion, developers should make what they want, because whenever a developer makes something they don't want and they got forced into it, you can actually feel that when you play. You can actually see that in the product. That shit translates to that, right? You also feel when there's so much love and care that is done to a game because the developers wanted to do it so much. For example, I keep on telling people say that FF7 remake happened because it's popular, but at the same time, I disagree with that, because when I play that game, I'm sorry, they wanted to make that game. So much love and care was put into that game that I would 100% say they wanted to make that game. It's just they waited a long time before they made it. But then they really wanted it. It's not because FF7 is popular, it's because they just wanted it, and it's part of their legacy. So whenever a developer makes something they want, it always translates to a great product. It's kind of a thing, right? Kojima didn't want to make Metal Gear anymore. And Metal Gear Solid 5 is incomplete because of Konami. But at the same time, it's also one of the most, divisive Metal Gear Solid games, right? Because
it was great.
Yeah.
Don't slam it.
Yeah, no, it was great. But what I'm saying is, it's not as great as 1, 2, 3, 4 because Kojima's heart was in it. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like a thing. I keep on I see these examples, right? That developers should be able to choose what they want to make. It's a business, yes, but at the same time, they can only be good at what they do if they love what they're doing, right? And that translates to the product. And if Ben wanted to make Days Gone, then I respect it. And if they didn't want to make Siphon Filter, it's all good as well. Maybe they're just really done with that IP. That's why they don't want to make it anymore. Although I gotta tell you, I would have preferred it because I love Siphon Filter. But then, I was really turned out. Look, man, I was on their side when he first made that tweet, right? Because I remember John Garvin saying that Sony bases their sequels not only on sales but also on Metacritic scores, and I don't agree with that, to be honest. However, when that interview happened and the influx of misinformation started to, to be received, I cannot take it seriously anymore. To even misinform people about your own sales of your own game, and it is kind of a slight at the developers of Sucker Punch who made this game with accurate numbers of 8 million, right?
Yeah.
Those numbers were accurate.
Yeah, there
He
were
based his
some-
numbers on inaccurate numbers, basically spreading misinformation, code tweeting, seeing by thousands of people, and people attacking Sony for it already,
Yeah.
even though the numbers were not even accurate.
He
Yeah.
knew what he was doing.
I can see your point.
He knew what he's doing exactly. He knew what he was doing, and which
Oh,
is
yeah,
why this is why I disregarded what he said when I saw the interview, because you know what? I'm not gonna take this seriously. I don't know what to believe. I don't know who to believe. All I'm seeing is a Beer ex-employee right now, and I'm not gonna speak about it anymore because I don't have any facts on my hand.
Even if it was true, it would not tell the whole story, because you would be discounting the fact that the game was in development for 6 years and still wasn't finished when it launched. That the directors were terrible at their job. That they admit that they were dictators or tyrants. So and you know the game, it wasn't just the Metacritic score. It's just the pitch was rejected, and we now know it was rejected at Ben's level. So Sony SAE didn't have anything to do with it, but the pitch was rejected. So how did people maybe consider the fact that the pitch was really bad? Because if you're just gonna, again, both directors left, so the people who made Days Gone possible, who had the creative vision, who probably in their head knew what was next, were gone. So you had people who might, even if they were, even if they had trained their successors, you still didn't have those creatives there. So they were left with figuring out how to continue the IP. And to be honest, they had sort of a cliffhanger ending that lent itself for a sequel, but there wasn't much there. If you take out the hordes, it was a very generic open world game with zombies in it.
Well, hold on. Did you play
I want
the game?
to 1 sec. I want to add that.
1 second, Peter. Weep, did you play the game?
I have platted even.
You got the plat.
Yeah.
To be
And
fair,
it's garbage.
The story was good.
No, it wasn't good. It was absolutely not good.
Oh,
The
man.
game was
Man,
absolutely
it was good.
was
It was
absolute
good.
slog to play. So many times I tried to, I wanted to quit. Only when I hit the third camp, I actually met real people who weren't assholes. And okay, I'm gonna stick around a bit, see how it goes. And then, with the time I thought, okay, now it's a good time to end the game. Had an entire different map with the militia, which was so fucking boring. Come on, the game.
I just wanna say this, alright? The only go ahead.
Go ahead, continue, Weeb.
No, yeah, sorry.
Oh no, I mean, look, after the game was patched, it was playable. I'll give you that, and it had some fun elements like the hordes. Those were kind of interesting. But other than that, there was nothing there. It was generic as fuck. It was boring. The main character was unsympathetic as fuck. I don't know what they were trying to do with him. Like he was sort of damaged or whatever, but constantly talking to himself in a very weird, creepy way. And the problem is, like, if you compare him, for example, to Joel became hardened after the apocalypse, after the zombie outbreak, right? He did shit that Tommy said, like, I still have nightmares about that. But he did that to survive when the entire society collapsed and the world basically ended. But Deacon was fucked up before the apocalypse happened.
Actually, Deacon was
he
a cool
was.
dude.
He was. No. Remember what he did to what is it called? The leader of those that cult, Carlos, I think. He created that monster because he fucking burned that motherfuckers. The tats they had for the biker gang off. He did that before the fucking apocalypse. So and there's no fucking way you can ever justify him doing that. That was a fucking terrible thing he did. and it's the worst thing he's done in the entire fucking game. We don't see it, but what we know he has done, and he did that before the zombie outbreak or
Okay,
whatever.
one second now before you continue. I wanna give Jeka to do her outro because I'm pretty sure she is done.
Oh my god.
Right? Like, if you can stay, but if you're tired, leave.
Sorry, can you hear me? I keep
Yeah,
forgetting
we
whether
hear you. We
I don't
hear
know
you.
whether I'm muted or not. Sorry, I was saying. I will stay for a little while. Because I'm still playing it. I'm sitting there. I'm just listening to you. I'm just playing this game.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure to put your health first.
Yeah, I'll go. I will go in a bit though.
Okay. Continue with. Sorry for cutting you off.
Oh no, I think I slandered Death Stranding enough. Sorry.
No. So here is the thing with me and Days Gone. I love the game. I enjoyed it. As much as people, you said that it's a generic zombie game. I don't think so for a couple of reasons. The implementation of the bike add a nice element to it. The horde add a nice element to it. Instead of one horde, you have two type of horde, which is again very creative. My issue with Days Gone is some people find it too long. That for me, I am okay with long games. Like I never truly felt a game is too long because I'm just used to a game being a game, whether it's game long, short. It's just how the
They play Dying Light too.
So for me, it's the whole concept of what it did right. The world attack you. That I loved. It gave you the sense of you're always on edge. You can't just fuck around and survive. Like for example, if I would compare the bear in Days Gone versus the bear in Ghost of Tsushima, like give me the bear in Days Gone all the day, every day over Ghost of Tsushima. Like Ghost of Tsushima bear, you hit it with a few arrows and down. The bear in Days Gone, you need to work for if you wanna kill that bear. He is not easy that killable. The implementation of a quick save is something I never knew other developers have done it, but apparently Assassin's Creed Odyssey had it. I never played Origin and nor played Valhalla, so I don't know about if they have it or not, but more game need to have quick save. The ability to just press the triangle button while you're in the open world map and you save, like I need more game to make use of that because that shit helped me.
But like you said, it's not the first game and the only game.
Yeah, I literally said it's not the first game, but it's still something that I want other company to make use of. So I was glad that they did that. My biggest issue with Days Gone is they spoiled the best part of the game, which is that sawmill horde fight. Like, when you show me something like that, it means you're gonna have something that's gonna top that in the game. But no, with the mission that they chose was the final, almost like the final mission in the game that damn impressive, and I really wish they have done it differently. Also, I am mixed on the weapon system in Days Gone. On one hand, I like it because it intensifies you to do the side quest so you can level up and get more what's called upgrade. On the other hand, it's very grindy if you want to unlock every single weapon, which I do believe I did, but I prioritized a few because they were the better ones. Um, it's like I am mixed bag on the whole situation, and I truly love the ending. Like the ending was very nice, and the stealth section I enjoyed. And other than that, I truly felt, to me, Days Gone felt it could have been a co-op game, because when you go on the ride with Bai or Lesbian lady, I think I'm pretty sure she's Bai. When you are fighting with her and you're riding with her, it truly felt to me this should have been a game you play with you and Boozer and doing it on the road together. That's how I felt. And yeah, Akira wanted to say something. Then I'm gonna go to Gotina. Oh my God, Gotina.
No, what I said is, I think it would have been fucked up if they basically did disband or warned a disband of this or shut down that studio after Days Gone. I think that would be the fucked up thing to do, but they gave them another chance for a AAA new IP, and I think it's a great opportunity for them. Like maybe they can make comeback and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like not every developer hits it on the first try. That's why they get second chances, and
Look, even
it's
even
good.
Uncharted 1 was not that great.
No, it was not. They Uncharted 2 is kind of like it's a real breakthrough, right? And again, I don't know about Jeff. Like, he seems like a cool guy, but I cannot. I don't know what to believe, and I'm just gonna disregard everything that was said, and basically all that.
Gotcha.
But by the way, before you continue, I just want to ask Jay something, because very big fan of Japanese stuff, and you as well, Weeb. I don't know if you know this. Jay, do you pay attention to Japanese memes?
No, because I don't want to, but I don't know enough of the language to know to understand moves.
I just wanted to share this fun fact, because only Japanese, mostly only Japanese people caught this. In the Showa American Story trailer, you noticed a swimming pool, right?
Yeah, I think so. I did.
Did you see that swimming pool?
Yeah, I think yeah.
Weeb, are you there?
I'm still there, but I don't remember the swimming pool now.
Okay, so in Showa American Story, they showed a shot of a swimming pool. That swimming pool actually is based on a very famous Japanese meme. It's called That Pool, because it's referring to an indoor swimming pool in Hanasono Room. It's a luxury apartment-style studio located in Tokyo, and basically it has become the popular monument of Japanese pornography. And that's why they put that there, because it's the humor. They know that Japanese people would know that, because it's already memed. The Hanasono, it's kind of like, it's back in the day. That room was famous back in the day because of that, and that's why it was memed towards it. And because Showa American Story is based on the Showa era, they put that there as a it's as humor, and they showed the lingerie on the swimming pool floor. Because again, it's again Showa American Story. I could tell you, like, these people studied us.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, that went over my head. Like I said, I am a beginner in Japanese. I can only say a few basic phrases. I'm not able to follow this stuff and understand puns and all that type of thing. But I think that they did a lot of research. Considering the developers are Chinese, they're not American or Japanese.
Yeah, no. This is very Suda 51 humor, like Lollipop Chainsaw humor.
Right,
And
right.
I fucking appreciate it, man. I'm sure you also appreciate it. You like
Okay,
Suda51,
can
right?
we do that
Sorry
off
about that.
air? Because I want to go
Yeah.
back to topic.
Sorry, Grandpa. Sorry. I wanted
No,
to
it's
just
okay.
point out.
Well, I think it's more interesting than Days Gone.
So you, Weeb, Ghost in a Shell, what's your take?
Yo, can y'all
Welcome.
hear me?
Yeah, we hear
What
you
up?
well.
What up, everyone?
How are you doing?
Hey, sorry for that. I'm doing good, man. Happy New Year, everyone. You know what I'm saying? And
Likewise.
you know,
Yeah,
hope
Happy New
everyone
Year.
had
Happy
a
New
good
Year to you,
holiday.
brother.
I do got to apologize for my absence on Twitter. I got reprimanded at my job for being visible and accessible. And so, any of you that know me from Twitter, just
Yeah, you
I work for the
disappeared.
government, and I'm not supposed to be that visible. So, irregardless,
Wait, you're no longer on Twitter?
I am no longer on Twitter until I
One
retire.
second. My TV pressed something. Back, continue.
And so, however, I am allowed to have a YouTube channel, so I will keep, it's fledgling channel. So please check me out at, Ghost in the Garage Gaming. But irregardless, that's enough, plug for myself. But,
No,
man, just
I
been
will plug
gaming.
you.
Just been gaming and, trying to keep the, positivity and I kind of jumped on this. I try to follow you as much as I can. And, about the whole Days Gone, can I just bring up this one point? Is that, Days Gone was in development hell for, however many years, and they had this huge budget, which they
6 years,
surpassed.
apparently.
Yeah. And they had this budget that they surpassed, trying to get it ready, trying to get it started. And then when they released it, it was still a buggy mess. Now,
Yeah.
fast forward 1 year. 1 year is when The Last of Us 2 dropped. And they got, no matter if you like it or not, they got it right as far as the zombie horror revenge theme. And so I think when Days Gone finally got its act together a year and a half, almost a year later, people were already stuck on The Last of Us 2. And that was coming close to the end of the, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 4 Pro life cycle. And then, and people just forgot about it. And so, this guy really came off as this, jaded, ex-employee, you know what I'm saying, and really spouted off the cuff some imaginary numbers or some not true numbers. And so I think you have to take it at face value, that this guy was just kind of a disgruntled employee, salty that they didn't get the recognition, and whatever he may have said or how he phrased it, the context was, he was going off misinformation. But like I think Weeb said or someone said that he knew what he was doing. You know what I'm saying? And so, and then of course the Twitter sphere takes off and runs with it, and then you have people on the other side running with that same like too. But it still doesn't take away from that. Days Gone has eventually turned into a good game. I've played it. It's a little boring, stale to me after a while. After the first couple of hours, you're just like, oh, and it's a slog, man. It is. But I agree with you, Omar, as far as the customization, the bike mechanic, using the motorcycle and the traversal. And of course, when it got the PS5 patch, I mean, it looks great, plays great, right? Now, 3 years after the fact, you know what I'm saying? So, a lot of people, a lot of gamers aren't willing to wait that long, especially when they have other options.
Okay, Nate, what's your take? Thank you for your take. Oh,
My bad. Nah, I didn't. I forgot I had muted the actual mic instead of having it on push to talk.
You forgot you were in the podcast.
I mean, I heard you. I
yeah,
just had
no.
it muted differently.
What's your take on the whole Days Gone situation?
I mean, everybody kind of said it already. I mean, he was clearly just
Okay.
jaded or whatever. I mean, I played the game. I liked the game. Like I said,
I'm sorry to hear that.
Okay. Kay, do you have anything else to add?
Not really. You
Okay.
guys said everything.
Okay.
Shout out to Nate. I ain't seen you in a minute. Nate, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, man? Yeah, I didn't. I knew you had disappeared. I sent you a friend request on here just now because I didn't know you bounced off of Twitter like that. So I was like, we keep up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Teran.
I'll be back on in about a year. I'm going to retire in the next year and a half, and so I'll be back on.
Are
Be a presence.
Are you approachable on Discord, or you can also that's not the place for you?
No. So Twitter, there's a certain accessibility, and I got hacked, and because of the sensitive nature of my job and what I do, the board of my company just said, "Man, come on, man, get off Twitter for a while until you at least retire." And so that's just with what I do, some of the places that I go to and people I interact with, it's just not a good idea for me.
But
Makes
are you
sense.
on Discord or also no?
Discord is fine. Discord is
Okay.
fine. There's no
Okay, then
pictures of me
I already
like
have
that.
you as a friend on Discord. We will interact on that because after we go off air, I have something to ask you. Right, Emperor, what's your take? Okay.
Wraith is actually gone, by the way.
Yeah. Oh. Wow. Okay, Tehran. You?
You're talking about Days Gone.
Yeah.
Days Gone was a really but poorly executed.
Can you repeat that because you got cut off a little bit?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I said Days Gone had an excellent concept, but it was very poorly executed.
You're cutting in and am I the only one that's hearing
He
cutting
said
in and out?
there's an interesting concept, but it was executed poorly.
Can y'all hear me
Okay.
now? Is it good?
Go ahead, try.
So Tony already had a
Yeah, it's kind of me as well.
He's cutting in and out, right?
A bit low.
Yeah,
Low.
your audio is a little bit low, Tehran.
Yeah, Phil Spencer got it.
He
Yeah, Phil Spencer cut you off. Yeah, the bot got you, man. The bot got you. Man, like,
hear me now?
oh god, man.
Your audio, you sound
Bro,
muffled,
like,
Tehran. Do you have your
Wait,
something?
My headset is fucking annoying.
Weeb is right, though. Weeb is right.
Wait, Tehran. When are you gonna buy any better phone? This is all because of your phone. It's dog shit. You know it. I know it.
Okay, is it better now?
Now
I
it's
hope-
better. Welcome.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
now
Weeb
what
was
I was
right,
saying,
though.
yeah, I think what it was that it had a great concept but poorly executed. Sony already had a zombie game, which is basically Last of Us, right? And they had a second zombie game, open world, but it could have been a really great game, but they didn't do enough with it. I think it took too long to develop. They used the wrong engine. I think that was another problem. They should have put that game on Decima to begin with. And it just didn't hit. See, Sony likes games that have impact, right? And the impact that it had, did it kind of fell flat with critics, but it did good with fans. Sony kind of wants both of those things, right? So when a game doesn't hit that big with the critics, Sony kind of pushes like slightly off to the side, and they kind of slightly mention, well, Days Gone did such and such, but they're not really interested in doing another one. So they move on. Will we ever get a Days Gone 2? I truly doubt it. I think that was a one and done, seriously, for that franchise. If another one comes out, I'll be shocked. But I think as a studio as a whole, as you guys was mentioned earlier, they're onto different things. The two main guys that once ran that studio are gone because, like the guy said himself, he was very much a dictator in chief. And in today's environment, climate, there's enough that these devs go through. I can't claim to say I know more than what people in the media tells us or somebody else may say. But I think what it is for these games like Days Gone that comes out and have a fairly good reception amongst fans, the critics matter just as much as well as the Metacritic score. 8.5, chances are your game gonna get a second part. I will be honest, Returnal will get a second part. Whether we believe that or not, Sony enjoyed what that game did for the first year sales. You're gonna get another part. Days Gone that sold 10 million copies is not because it didn't score well with critics, which I think is unfortunate.
It didn't sell 10 million. Darren.
I thought they said it sold 10
No,
million.
it was bullshit.
Yeah, it was based on incorrect information.
Oh, so okay, it's incorrect. Well, then that's another reason then. So basically, the game, I couldn't see it having a sequel anyway. So why is the director running around saying 10 million, or is that just false information and through the media?
It was kind of, well, basically it was false information that it wasn't information that he'd got directly from Sony. He'd based it on a website that tracks trophy data for PlayStation games, a third party website, and it looked at that, and the thing is it didn't account for like used game sales and PS Plus and various things. The other thing is he did tweet that out at the same time as like the Ghost of Tsushima like official announcement thing that he obviously was throwing shade. I mean, but doing it at the exact same like right after that, you know. So so as Akira said, he's a little bit of a disgruntled employee, a little bit.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, so
and plus, Ghost of Tsushima is going to get a sequel. I'm pretty sure they're already deep in development of the second game.
It's definitely.
I hope
definitely
not.
getting.
I hope not,
it's definitely
but,
getting a sequel.
well, they just the expansion, so I would imagine if they're giving it a movie, I think that because that game was well received, it sold well. It sold well in Japan, which is for
it's a big weapon and
It's
for
sold
marketing.
about 500k in Japan so far. So and they're having a movie. So I definitely think that they will make a sequel of that with a bigger budget. I think.
And Karaba, you don't need to worry about Jin because even if it's him or a different person, that IP has a lot of potential to go wherever it wants to go, and you don't need to worry about it. My opinion.
I will say that real quick about Ghost. I don't think it needs to be Jin to be the next. If it's the next game, I think he definitely will be in the movie. I think haven't they already said the guy that played him in the game will play him in the movie?
No, there's no confirmation. I'm still waiting for that because that's me. That's gonna break that's gonna make or break the movie for me. Because if they don't cast Daisuke Tsuji, I am not watching that shit. I'm just saying it right now.
That guy, what was he in? I watched something that he was in. I forgot what it is now.
Yeah, he's that's the thing.
Also in a TV show Invasion on Apple TV Plus. He was in that show too.
Yeah, again, this is the thing.
I'm thinking of a different show now. Okay, now that one.
This is the thing. That's why. This is exactly why they should cast Daisuke Tsuji because he's already an actor. He is an actor.
He's an actor.
And they got an actor. Yeah, and so if you got an actor already, and it's basically the same guy. It is the guy who played this character. He should be the one to play in the movie as well. Because if they cast somebody else as Daisuke Tsuji, I swear to God, they're taking crack or something. I don't know what. I don't know what.
Was he in The Man in the High Castle? Was that what he was in? The Man in the High Castle, whatever that Amazon show was called.
I think he was there, but I don't think he's the main guy there.
No, it wasn't. I think that's what I might have seen him in recently, but yeah.
But again, it would be so stupid not to cast him as the Ghost because again, I don't know what kind of decision it has to be for him not to get cast instead of like he has no time, and if he has no time, they should not make a movie.
Well,
that's all I'm gonna say.
The main thing would be, as you said, like calendar conflict. I think he's not a huge actor.
No, he's not.
So he wouldn't be like crazy expensive to get. For example, I think he'd be cheaper than Christopher Judge. I think Christopher Judge is a way more well-known actor. I know that game has a bigger budget, but I think Christopher Judge is a way more known actor. So if they actually did get him, that would promote movie in its just by itself.
Yeah, again, for me, it's gonna be again the only time that I'm gonna accept if it's not Jin Sakai, for example, if it's a different character that they're doing in Ghost of Tsushima, right? For example, only. I'm just an example. But if it's really Jin Sakai himself, then I'm not accepting anybody else except Daisuke Tsuji. I am not doing it, and I think a lot of people would feel that way as well. Like the gamers, if it's not Daisuke, like dude, they can cast anybody else, recast anybody else, in my opinion. But Daisuke needs to stay the Ghost.
Okay,
that's kind of like how I see it. Yeah.
Okay.
We're wrapping it up.
No, one last topic. One last topic.
And now we was right now.
No, I because I genuinely want to cover it myself. and
Yeah,
which
Weeb
is,
was right.
I have always thought about it, and this is it's actually from a tweet, but that tweet is a person using Total War, but this is not it.
No.
I played a game called Guacamelee 1 and 2.
Yes, me too.
It's a fun co-op game. It's a fun co-op game.
Yeah. Okay, who played it here? So I know
I
I'm
played
talking-
it.
Oh, I've
Okay,
not played it. No,
okay,
Guacamelee.
It's a rooster. You know, they turn into roosters.
Yeah, exactly. So here
You
is
know that
my
game?
biggest.
They
here-
turn into roosters.
yeah, here is my biggest issue with the game, and
That's
just
your
this
only
game, but
takeaway from
just,
that, Akira?
but just the entire conversation in general. Reused asset, reused stuff. Like when I want a sequel, I want it to be a totally different experience. And what I mean by that, or improve upon the sequel. Look from Uncharted 1 to 2. Look from now Horizon Zero Dawn to Forbidden West.
Well,
Look,
so Omar, the problem is that like assets are reused. They don't complete, like for those games you gave examples at. They didn't build entirely new, complete assets of everything and not use the set. I mean, that's, you know, I'm not a developer.
not
They don't,
everything, but just
they don't believe build everything from scratch again or start new animations and it's just,
no. But
I think I think Guacamelee is kind of the wrong game to criticize about it. I'm just gonna say why. So,
that's an
I'm gonna
indie
tell you
game.
why. I'm
so
gonna tell you
would it
exactly
be
why. So
right
no,
to
one second, one second.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you exactly why. So Guacamelee is an indie game. Is smaller in scope, smaller in budget, and the gap between the sequel and the first game is not really that big compared to something like, you know, God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Forbidden West. The gaps are way bigger budgets, bigger scope.
They
That's
take
why,
longer
you know,
to-
they got more of the opportunity to let's say create new assets or improve assets. Basically, that's kind of like how I see it.
I agree. I think it's a good comparison. And when you say the only thing is, I would say also, Omar, I think like maybe when you're saying reuse assets, like because with the little clip you showed us, I think maybe you're in that instance that maybe you're confusing reused assets with like reused animations, you know, because the assets are the same. Well, how do you know? Are you a developer?
I mean, animation, you know, every developer does that. God of War does it.
Every single
but I'm not talking about I'm talking about reused animation, reused skills. I'm genuinely talking about almost like this is not an indie issue. Like a game like what's the name? Ratchet and Clank did that with their guns.
Every game everywhere does it. You're not. That's not. I think it's a strange thing to criticize because it's industry wide, because it would be too expensive, too time consuming, and just impractical to build a game from scratch every single time. It just never happens ever.
I'm gonna let others talk after this. Basically, you know, in my space, I talked to some developers already, and this thing about, you know, reusing stuff, reusing assets, reusing animation, reusing whatever, right? A lot of developers express that there are just some things they prioritize more than others when they make their games, right? And when something is not completely prioritized, then, you know, they would go more into the reusing tactic, because, you know, it's cheaper, it's easier, it's not that important, it's not a big part of the game, and they can focus more on the important parts of the game. I talked to on Twitter before from it's a Naughty Dog ex Naughty Dog employee. He was there when AP criticized the not moving trees in Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart when he was flying through it, right? And basically, he said that when you make a game, you need to have priorities, because if not, that's when you go through development hell. And they said that there are some things that are just more important than others, and depending on those is what they prioritize. And the trees, not moving, it's a mixture of it's not going to be great gameplay wise if you just keep on bumping to every tree. And the other would be that they just don't prioritize the animations from these trees because they want to put more work into the animation of the character itself, for example. Right? So things like that for me is not really fair to criticize, especially if it's not really that important for the game itself. I always find that really stupid, to be honest, because you get this grand, amazing things within the game, but you complain about the smaller stuff that barely anybody notice. Instead, if you just fucking zoom in or point it out or wait there for a couple of minutes before you even notice what it is, you know what I mean? It's always appreciated. It's always appreciated to see additional details, attention to details, small details.
The tree is just console banter, but a game like Ratchet having that called itself next gen and then bring back an entire wheel, which is almost between 5 and 8 weapons from previous games. Like, no, I want to play something different.
That's not an action flip. Dude, that's not an action flip. These are just fan favorite weapons.
Exactly.
That's nothing to do with action flips.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. They're bringing back fan favorite weapons. It's a long running franchise with many different elements to it. Also, I think your expectations are a little unrealistic if you expect them to design and make every single new weapon completely that play different from any other weapon that ever being next gen is irrelevant. Like to do that would. I don't think that's realistic to have everything built from scratch and not use anything that's come before. This game development just doesn't work like that. It's not like making a movie. If you're making a movie, you can get all new actors, you can get all new sets, you can get all new crew, and you can do that, and you could do it within a year. Game development is just not. It's just way more complex than that.
Yeah, complicated than that.
Make my point. What I mean by that, instead of bringing quote unquote a game favorite, why not put in weapons that they had to cut out of the game because they didn't have enough time? Like if you played the Ratchet game, which one of them had literally the ability where you can go to a weapon museum and you can see the cut content that they didn't have enough time for it.
Yeah, dude, that you're assuming that they didn't have enough time, or they just cut them because
it didn't make the cut.
Yeah, but that's a different argument because they didn't make the cut because maybe the weapons weren't good. They were boring or.
It doesn't mean it's good content. It's good playable content. Maybe it didn't play well and it wasn't fun. Yeah, all sorts of things.
Death Stranding also has cut content. Like there are, like if you have the art book of Death Stranding, they have a lot of things there that are not in the game because they got cut. You know what I mean? It's kind of it's kind of a normal thing by now that things get cut. This is the thing, man. I'm gonna say it like this. Sometimes, again, attention to detail and small details are always.
Before you say anything, Guap, you're already a friend of mine on Discord, so you can just join the conversation. Go ahead, continue.
So this is the thing. This is something that I've been confused about, nowadays about criticisms in games. Like sometimes I see a lot of things that I don't really consider as criticism anymore because it just doesn't make sense to criticize them. Like for example, when I always love seeing attention to details. I watch videos on YouTube with compilation of details you might have missed, something like that, right? Because I love seeing that. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, it's on the keyword itself. You might have missed because these are details that not everybody will notice. So you would also have to think that would you really put so much energy into this, put so much work into this, put so much budget into this if it's not even going to be, a grand thing. That's why it's always appreciated when it's there because, it's a developer going above and beyond. It's always appreciated. But it doesn't really change the experience of your game. It doesn't really. you have appreciation for what they did, but that's it. That's all it is. It doesn't change the experience itself. So whenever a developer does not do that, I don't think it warrants as criticism, because it doesn't change the experience of the game at all. The only thing that you can criticize, in my opinion, is if it changes the experience. That's kind of like how I see things, and that's why I'm so confused when people criticize this. I'm like, it's not a criticism. It's more of a that's a nitpick that you won't even notice if they did it right. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like how I see it. So with game developers, again, I talk to so many of them, and I can only say that it's such a complicated process, and it takes a lot. You watch a lot of documentaries, right? You watch God of War documentaries. You watch all those documentaries, and you saw all the problems that Cory Barlog and his team went through to make things happen.
Get the fucking... Oh, sorry. That was traffic. Really bad traffic.
You're not sorry.
1 second. Guap, would you want to say something? Because that's
Oh yeah, go.
I invited you. Guap, you're muted. Now you're unmuted.
Am I still muted?
Nah. How are you doing?
Well, I just wanted to come and say hi.
Yeah, what's up?
Hi. Thanks for having me. How's your evening going? Shout out to all the global fans out here. Omar's global, man. Invest in Omar's brand. Karaba's brand. He's a global entity.
I thought you had some additional information about this whole conversation, but shout out to you for genuinely break it down with the whole Jeff Ross and stuff. I didn't have enough time.
Agree.
Yeah?
I think we can all agree that shit's a mess. I did DM you Jeff Ross's most recent tweet, where he's very confident. He did not acquiesce. He did not fall back from his claims. So I don't think we can say definitively he used fake numbers when he's standing by his source. He's not saying, yeah, I got my numbers from the motherfucking trophy tracker. He's saying I stand by my numbers. I think we have to respect that until we have counterfacts. So for me, it bothers me when we're quick to judge with no truths. He's confident. We know we know who he is. We know who Jeff Ross is. He was the main driving force behind the gameplay loops found in Days Gone. He's got information nobody has.
Yeah, I think it's just
so for us to definitively dismiss him rubs me the wrong way. I checked his Twitter when you guys said that he rejected his claims. He has not. He said, I stand by my numbers. That tells me a lot.
I remember seeing that tweet, yeah.
No, all I said is, it's just...
I just DM'd it to you, Omar.
I remember seeing that tweet. Here is the thing about that. When it comes to Jeff Ross, when it comes to thing, at least we can all agree Jason Schreier lied. Not only lied, he did more harm to... He is doing now more harm to Sony, to PlayStation.
Can you say what he lied about? What did he lie about?
Okay, I know exactly what he lied about.
Well, I'm asking Omar.
I will let Guap answer it. Because he's the one that was the interview.
So you can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead, Guap, answer it.
I'm not calling Jason Schreier a liar outright personally, but during the interview, John Garvin said a lot of the stress, a lot of the negativity surrounding Days Gone is coming from people who are grasping for straws and trying to connect dots without the proper information. So for me, when I heard him say that, and then he proceeded to provide counter information disputing all the points made in the Days Gone article by Jason Schreier, I felt like he was coming at him directly. Jeff Ross also co-signed that as well. He's like, a lot of this energy is started by someone who doesn't know what they're talking about. There's only
Yeah,
one
like when
person
he
who made a
said,
Days Gone 2 article, so
yeah. So when he said that, when Jason Schreier said that Sonny Band was put to become not to become
Sports
to become
studio of Naughty
almost
Dog.
like a Naughty Dog lackeys, like
Damn.
that. I knew that was a lie. I knew firsthand that was a lie. When he said PlayStation is not focusing on Japan anymore, and they want to prioritize what's
another
called
lie.
a blockbuster games only. That's
Oh,
also another lie. When you
Yeah,
have
it's also
a
another lie.
huge,
That's not a
fucking
lie.
lie.
How's
A
that a
huge
lie?
fucking lie, because the China Heroes project is sponsored by Sony.
But that's
It's
If
about
you know, China and Japan are two different countries, right?
no. I think
No,
no,
Omar said it
you're asking
wrong.
that question.
okay,
Omar said it
You're
wrong.
asking a
Maybe
very
indie
basic
games,
question
right?
too. Are you asking that question to
Any
me?
indie game, not
Oh.
Japanese only. Indie game.
no, I
Well,
said
so
two.
Am I being asked a very fucking basic question of, do I know that China and Japan are two different countries?
Omar just mentioned
No.
No.
I said,
Guap, it's
Omar
Omar.
mentioned Japan and then used the China Hero Project.
no.
So I'm like,
I said
maybe
so. I said two
I just told
examples.
you the China Hero Project is funded by Sony. The developer from the China Hero Project that was in Tehran Spaces yesterday confirmed there were multiple other projects which he would not name. He only named the China Hero Project. He also confirmed he considers himself a Sony employee. That's why I said what I said. So now, do you think I'm so ignorant that I
Omar
don't believe there's a
No,
difference between
Guap,
China and Japan?
Guap,
said
listen.
Japan.
One
I don't
second,
think
Jody.
you talking to me. I don't know why Guapster was coming in here and swearing
Jody,
at me.
let me Jody.
Omar, you just said Japan. He's saying China Hero
Jody,
Project.
let
I'm
me
like,
fucking
it's a different
explain it.
country.
Let me freaking explain it. Guap,
I never
gave
swore.
Well, I'm
Guap,
telling you,
Guap.
I'm telling you this. I'm done.
I want to explain to Guap. He didn't hear me. I gave two examples, and Jody focused on one example, and that's why we had what we had. Don't come at Jody like that. You never meant it anyway like that.
I didn't say anything to Jody. I asked a question. Are you accusing me of being so ignorant that I don't know the difference between China and Japan?
That
Two
was literally
countries
a
that have been
misunderstanding.
diametrically opposed for as long as we've known them. I
That was
would never
literally a
make that assumption.
misunderstanding between Jody, me, and what I was saying. And she left, so there's that. But so we can still all agree, Jason Schreier lied. Like we're not gonna beat it around the bush that he might be. No, he flat out lied. Like we seen it literally with the China Hero Project. We seen it with the amount of PlayStation games that are indie titles or AA games.
No, dude, he didn't lie, but that's what we call leading questions. So the way he phrased it in the interview is he covered his ass by never explicitly stating anything, but basically sort of asking questions like, okay,
He made
is Sony
accusations.
no longer interested in indies, and basically letting us as the audience, as a reader, make our own conclusions. But he was leading us on to
He made
basically
accusations in the headline that he did not justify in the body of the essay.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is he knows what he's doing, right? I mean, the thing is, Jason Schreier is probably
Is he beyond
only
critique?
game journalist that's actually a journalist because of actually has an education in it. But he also, I'm not saying that he's a particularly good one.
Who doesn't have an
He-
education? Can you say names?
No, I know that Jason Schreier.
Jason Schreier has an education, so he earns the right to his opinion. Can you provide names of people that don't have an education, so they don't have a right to an opinion in this discussion?
Quap, you're really trying to put words in people's mouth this evening. Apparently,
I asked a question, man. Should
No,
I fall back?
you're asking a
I
question,
asked you a question.
and it's suggesting that I said something I didn't say.
I'm giving you the opportunity to legitimize your
Dude,
statement.
can you please not interrupt me?
Of course.
Okay. What I was trying to say, and also to answer your question, I know Jason Schreier is one of the only journalists in gaming that actually, is a journalist in the sense that he has the accreditations, that he actually went to college, went to university, whatever, to actually get a degree. Most other journalists in gaming just roll into that via whatever way they roll into the industry. So that's the difference between the two. But the difference is that he knows how to play the game. That doesn't necessarily mean that he is right, that he's always right. And the way I read that article that you read about the whole situation with Sony is that he was leading you on into reaching your own conclusions rather than explicitly stating, okay, this is what's going on with Sony. But he was framing it in such a way that you could only reach one conclusion, that Sony didn't care about indies, that didn't care about Japan, blah, blah, blah. And he actually, when he was later confronted with that, he actually tried to tap dance around and say, oh, no, I never said that. No, that's your problem. You made that conclusion. You concluded that Sony didn't care about indies. I never said that. That's what Jason Schreier did. And if you had let me finish, you would know
that's
that I was
basically the
criticizing
biggest
him.
issue. Is we need to let each other figure it out. 1 second. So it is the thing. At the end of the day, I truly believe he have an agenda. And
of course, he wants to sell clicks. That's his agenda.
And the sad part, people gonna believe him instead of actually doing their own research.
So I believe there's two things happening here. There is more money in Sony's failure than there is in their success for someone like Jason Schreier. So his reporting is manipulated by that fact. That does not negate our ability to criticize him and hold him to the same standard he attempts to do to these corporations, because to us, he's just as big of a corporation. The problem here is when we use our voices to counteract what he's saying and we provide facts, we're accused and accosted and shunned and told to shut the fuck up. That's the issue. Somebody like me does not back down. I always present facts. I always come with the truth. And that's it. He has an axe to grind. If you watch the interview from yesterday with Jaffe, Jeff Ross, and John Garvin, Jaffe constantly tried to get a soundbite of them saying Sony sucks. They refused to do so, and they repeatedly reminded him, we did business with Sony with no issue for 20 plus years. Just because you think you're going to get me to compromise myself in a 4-hour podcast or interview, it's not going to happen.
Not to cut you off, but even David Jaffe is disgruntled.
Okay, but I agree with you there. I definitely agree. But Jaffe knows that if he gets a soundbite of them shitting on Sony, then his influence would grow. So that was his priority. The problem is the people he was interviewing were too intelligent to buy into that, so they chose to tell the truth. You guys said that Jeff Ross's numbers were debunked, where he gave up his source for his numbers. If you go on his Twitter right now, because when I heard that, I was like, oh my God, that's crazy. I went to his Twitter, and all it says is I stand by my numbers. So until we have numbers from a source closer to the project, than the creator of the game, I can't be confident in speaking on it either way. I still believe the game didn't get a sequel because as an experience, it wouldn't have potentially been that impressive. Nothing to do with the sales. We already saw it come out. It had performance issues. That's what Sony focused on. Nintendo doesn't put their seal of quality on games that don't perform flawlessly, damn near, unless they're so ambitious, like Breath of the Wild, that that compromises can be understood. So I think they failed to hit that metric. Like Sony's like, yo, when you pick up and play this game, it's not as smooth, as polished as the other games we have in development, which we went on to see was Demon Souls, Ghost of Tsushima, Last of Us 2, and Miles Morales, and Ratchet Clank, and Returnal. None of those games have performance issues. They all run flawlessly, something Days Gone failed to do, which is why it's not considered in that pantheon of Sony first-party quality. And that's
I
it.
truly believe they learned from the mistake. I truly believe they learned from the mistake.
They definitely earned a second shot, in my opinion. Yes,
No,
I
no,
agree.
no, no. I'm not talking about Days Gone.
And
I'm
to
talking
compound on
about
that,
Sony.
and go out to compound on that also, not only did they not, perform maybe up to the standards that maybe Sony wanted, Sony is very conscious, I guess, very conscious of, even though maybe to us, the consumers, Metacritic may or may not matter, but Sony is very conscious of their Metacritic. And when it got roasted on Metacritic, alongside having bugs and glitches and the performance, it was obvious. And so, and then, it took a while. If that number of 8 million is correct, okay, it's taken what, 3 years? I mean, it came out of June of 2019, and so if that 8 million number is correct, it's taken that long to and that number is impressive. Don't get me wrong, but it's taken 3 years to get that.
So let me just hit you off with some factual information. You don't need to sell 8 million as a new IP to impress Sony.
Right.
Returnal did it with 500,000. Mm-hmm. It's the veracity of your sales, along with the critical reception, in the obvious oh shit when you play the game. Like, I'm pretty sure when Shuhei Yoshida played Returnal, he was like, fuck yeah. And then it was backed up critically, his fuck yeah. And then it was backed up sales-wise, his fuck yeah. With Days Gone, we're still asking questions years after release. Right. Sony's not in that business. They're number one. They're not number two, number three, or number four. So how do I grow my influence when I'm top dog? It's by not accepting no bullshit. Exactly. And when you listen to the interviews, there was bullshit sales-wise. There was bullshit critically. There was bullshit internally. There was bullshit financially. There was bullshit time-wise as well. If I only give you 3 strikes, I just named 5 strikes. Do you think Last of Us 2 got 3 strikes? Fuck no. The game was the most awarded game in history. You know what I mean? So you have to understand where they're looking at it. And I didn't come in here to offend nobody or nothing. I do apologize to Jody. I don't know if she's listening or I'll reach out to her. I don't know why she left.
No. Jody was gonna leave because it's always late in UK, and also she's sick.
Oh no, but I apologize regardless.
Yeah, I will realize the apology as well. It was all just a misunderstanding that I was trying to clarify, but that shit happened.
But one last thing, Omar. To your point, Guab, also is that even though my man is sticking by that, I think at this point he doesn't have a choice but to stick by it, right? Because you have Forbes and you have Metro and you have all these gaming outlets reporting this and reporting this conflict, and now you have influencers and content creators talking about it. I mean, you can't backpedal now, especially and I'll say this: if he goes to another developer or he starts his own other company, I promise you, he'll need Sony before Sony needs him. You know what I mean? That's just the way I look at it.
I truly believe Days Gone sold well. I truly believe so. It's just PlayStation doesn't like that because they truly see Days Gone as a black dot spot on their resume.
Karaba, let me ask you a question. Let's say you own the most popular mall in the world, right? I want to sell my goods at your mall. You agree. I deliver a mediocre product. It still sells more than any other product because you own the most popular mall in the world. It's not my job to guarantee that you can continue to sell your product. You have to make it worth it for me because there may be someone else with a product that could sell just as well. That may cost me less of an investment, less time, and also be reviewed in a more positive light. In return, promoting my brand. I think that's what people keep trying to make it about the sales. I think the least thing it was about was the sales. It was about the time that it took, the performance of the game, and when it was like, yo, we've never put out a fucking first-party game since probably Uncharted 1, which clearly Naughty Dog is like technical wizards. They make their own engine. You don't. I have to pay someone else for the engine for you because you don't have the technical wizardry to make your own engine. There's a lot of different things coming to the negotiation table in that regards. And eventually that's what, when you listen to the interview, they had multiple opportunities to capitalize and they failed to do so. Has nothing to do with Sony.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I agree with that. I can see that.
Let's be real. There's also some favorite being played. Like when you have literally Knack 2 and Knack 1 didn't sell well and didn't do well, and you allow for Knack 2 to be developed.
But Mark Cerny's the god.
Yeah, he is the top shit. That's the only reason.
Yeah, he made. Did you listen to the Road to PS4?
Yeah, but I'm not like you, so I couldn't follow it that well. But I had other people explain it to me.
Mark Cerny was 16 before he came to Sony, and he was the youngest game designer in the whole industry. And he assisted in the PS1, the PS2, he could fuck up all he wants. Studio Bend hadn't released a game since, I don't know, almost 11 years at the time. You can't just be fucking up.
It was a mistake on Sony and to give them such a big, not big IP, but just to give them, first off, you have not worked on a game for a long period of time, especially AAA, and you're gonna go directly in the PlayStation 4. Let's be real, they did better than most AAA titles Days Gone did when it comes to if you put the issues that came with it, the end product that we got is better than most AAA titles we're getting right now. Look at Anthem, look at Fallout 76. You name them, and Days Gone is way better than all of these games combined. I would even put Days Gone over Cyberpunk 77, Cyberdrunk 76.
Way over Cyberpunk. Way over.
Yeah.
No one's going to debate you there. Way over. Days Gone, ironically, is technically impressive, especially when you play it on PS5.
No, but the issue is that, like Guap said, Sony has a standard. And I said it earlier. They didn't meet that standard. You got to clear that bar. And they didn't with their particular game. And that was the problem. It was the critical impact. Yeah, Days Gone. It didn't clear that bar. It didn't
Days
get
Gone
that.
should have been a PlayStation 5 game. It would have solved so many things.
I can't say all of that. I don't think
can't say that.
PlayStation 5 would have fixed its issues because the game's still damn near 30 hours too long, in my opinion. John Garvin admitted it. He was like, originally, I wrote the single-player story to be 90 hours. Bro, are you high? Nobody can write a story in a game single-player
Yeah,
wise.
apparently
That's
he
good for 90
writes,
fucking hours.
He doesn't care. By the way, Guap, check your DM.
No, but that's the point though, and I said this as well. You gotta hit that level. If you don't hit that level for Sony, they're not going to keep you around. They might keep you a studio, but you probably be one and done with those games, and that's what it was for Days Gone. And you're right, Days Gone is better than a lot of third-party games. But listen, when you think of a Sony game, you don't think of Days Gone. Even though Days Gone is a Sony game, you think of Last of Us, you think of Ghost. Hell, I think of a game that ain't even a Sony game, Final Fantasy. That's closer aligned to what Sony is than Days Gone is right now. And just as facts, you gotta clear that bar. Critically, sales-wise, but if you at least get 2 of the 3, you're okay. And the one thing that it did not get was the critical response from the media. And I hate to say it, it's very important to Sony to get that impact. Because the way people talk about PlayStation and Spaces on YouTube and Twitter, even in here, you hear how people have this love affair for most of those games, even ones that don't do so well. And Sony is like Disney or Marvel or Star Wars. Even if you do well, you got to hit that pop. You got to make it over that bar so they can continually to build behind saying, okay, this is a Sony game and everything is just everything else. You know? So that's what a lot of people have to
Ron, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, brother.
If you were spending Nike money, would you be okay with Reebok Performance?
No.
If you were spending Ferrari money, would you be okay with a Kia Sophia?
No. That's the point.
So that's that shit that Sony's on, and that's why I invest with them. So I think in this situation, they actually represented the consumer's interests to the best that they could, because it was like, no, like for you to have a critical reception that low, that's cool, but we don't got to be talking about how you sold just as much as games with a 10-point higher critical reception, motherfucker. At that point, you have to outsell them. Then I'm hyped. If you release Days Gone, let's compare it to Ghost of Tsushima, a 71 versus an 83, right? We know one game hit 8 million within a year. We're still having a debate about the other game. But the two games cost the same amount of money. So if arguably your game is critically worse by 12 points, your sales got to be higher, not equal to or lower than. Higher. You would have had to be talking about 20 million. I would have ignored all that critical bullshit. I'd have been like, no one can talk to them motherfuckers. They sell games. Instead, we're having a debate about the sales, which is debatable since we don't have the facts. What we do know is critically, the other guy outscored you by 11 points. You didn't outsell him by 11 points. You sold just as much, if not less than, at full price. And therein lies the issue before we even get to the cultural stuff at the studio, which both Jeff Ross and John Garvin admit they contributed to in a negative way.
Exactly.
And another thing is Days Gone came out in June, and it was discounted heavily by Black Friday of that year. You know what I'm saying? And so if let's just say that the numbers are both equal, I'm willing to bet my salary that Ghost of Tsushima has made more money, hands down.
Yeah, it did. And that's the problem for Days Gone.
Okay.
They didn't. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I said you were done. Go ahead. Continue.
No, but that's the main problem. They did not meet that metric, like we're all saying here. You got to. And just like let's go on to the next Ghost or the next Last of Us. We can talk how much we like Days Gone because it's in a topic, right? But I still hear people talking about the Ghost of Tsushima. I still hear people talking about The Last of Us. We still go to spaces and other places on YouTube and Twitter, wherever, and people still talking about Final Fantasy. That game, it's like you're trying to pull eyeballs. You're trying to pull that engagement from everywhere. Even if you don't like PlayStation, you still talk about their games. You know? And Days Gone didn't achieve that. That's, I think, what they call it. You're achieving critical mass. You're achieving that even when people don't like PlayStation, and yet you still talk about those games. You know, that's the thing that Days Gone couldn't do, and unfortunately for them, and I think also, and this is just my point, I think that's why they're on that next project. I don't think they wanted to be attached to that. Then some people say they're moving on to Decima, which is one of Sony's own engines. I mean, it's another great thing. And even though Sony is really closely allied with Epic, most of their studios, even the ones they're picking up now, they're making their own games. You notice Decima. You see the engines from Naughty Dog. You see the engines from God of War. They're using their own engines. Even if they start adding more studios, I'm not going to say no names. If they add even more big-time studios or another publisher or something, they're going to use their own engines. They don't want to do that. They want to put in most money as they can in that game with what they already are working with. And what they do with that, they make the most money. And to this day, like I said, we're getting the Ghost of Tsushima movie. We're going to get the next game. Days Gone, I think it's gone because it didn't have that same critical appeal. That's just my point.
Here's how I feel. If they hit a home run with this next project, I believe they're going to really happen.
What I keep hearing is, and I hear this from different insiders who are always wrong. People say that game is going to be a Metal Gear knockoff. Some people say it's Men in Black. I have no idea what that game is. None of us know. But all over the internet, they're talking about what's the next big games come from Sony. Most of it is speculation because most of the games that have already come out from Sony's big studios, we're waiting on the next group of those, like Guerrilla with Forbidden West and Santa Monica with God of War, right? But that's what we're waiting on now. We're waiting to see what Naughty Dog is doing next. We're waiting to see what Sucker Punch does next, and some of the other big-time Sony 17 big studios. We have no idea what those guys got planning. And here's another thing: we don't know who else they plan on buying, which is another big part of this whole thing. Sony always likes what they call dating a developer before they buy them. You know what I'm saying?
Hey guys,
So
I'm gonna drop off.
Yeah,
I also need to go.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna end it right here. Ghost, in actual, I wanna ask you something off air, so if you can just wait one little bit. With that being said, shout out to everyone. Again, the whole thing with Jody, Guap apologized, he gonna apologize on DM, and all it was just genuinely a misunderstanding. Nothing else, nothing more. If Guap was genuinely disrespectful toward Jody, I would have kicked him out. Cause I don't, we can have disagreement, but if you're gonna be disrespectful, no place for you on this show. With that being said, I want to thank Guap for joining. I want to thank Ghost in a shell for joining, and the rest of our crew. Go ahead, do your outros. We start with Akira.
So yeah, it's again, it's Akira. I'm on Twitter and play a lot of games and Guap may actually know the one I'm talking about a while ago, the poll, which is you should just see the post, Guap. I made a post about Showa American Story showed a very famous pool in their trailer. I don't know if you recognized it. I'm gonna say it like this: it's a popular meme in Japan because all of the old school swimsuit videos from JAVs and and cheap pornography basically are shoot in that pool. That's why it became a meme, and that's why every man who basically watch the old school stuff would recognize that. And they did that in Show American Story, and it's just amazing humor. It's Suda 51 humor, and I love it. But yeah, that's for me. I'm keep talking gaming, and yeah, I hope you guys have a great day and take care.
Yeah. NA?
Yeah, just, again, Innate, or known as the Real Innate on Twitter. You know what it is with me all the time. Keep it gaming. All about the RPGs. Let's go. Enjoy the night.
Hey, and they send me a friend request on PSN if you're a PS5 or PS4 player.
Oh yeah, I'm on my PS5 right now. You talking about? Is it the same as what you got in here?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm gonna send it right now. Ghost.
Hey, what up, Ghost, man? I ain't seen you in weeks, man. That shit's cold-blooded, bro.
What up, God? No, man. I was explaining earlier. I got reprimanded by my board for being a little bit.
It is what it is. Keep it professional, man. I'm looking forward to seeing you on the battlefield again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm probably gonna hop down there in a minute. My wife, she's wanting some cuddle time, so I'm gonna, hang out with her. But definitely, but yeah, I'll let everybody do the outros, but I'll give mine. But like I said, hit me up on PSN. I'm always on.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay then, Guap. Go ahead, Kay.
Okay. Hey, it's Kay. It's been awesome hanging out. You guys have kept me company for 300 miles. I got 440 more till I get home, so I appreciate you guys.
You know us, when we talk gaming, we got that. I truly expected this show to be 4 hours, but yeah.
Man, you drive safe, Kay.
Thank you.
Guap.
Hey, Guapzilla in the house. You guys already know where to follow me. At Dirty Does It. Guapzilla on Twitter. Reach out to the boy, show some love. I'm a true neutral with a preference for greatness. I don't do console wars. I only do jokes. In facts and truth.
Genuinely shout out to you for going in and also, again, breaking down that interview. Like, you saved me fucking 4 hours. And I'm pretty sure it's not everything, but again, not everyone has 4 hours.
You missed a lot, Karaba. You know what I mean? But the pleasure was all mine, bro. Anytime I can contribute to this community and promote positivity and growth, I'm gonna show up with the facts and the numbers and the statistics, and just hold it down for the real ones.
Yep.
So thanks again for having me, man. I'm gonna run it back. I'm gonna listen again, and I look forward to talking to y'all soon. Let's get some gaming in. How you feeling about that? It Takes Two.
I loved it. I actually played it with Weeb. We finished it. One of the best games I've ever played. I would put
Guacamelee over it then.
Oh hell no! Hell no! Hell to the no! What
it's a debate we should have, but there's
what
different
It Takes
reasons.
Two did to Guacamelee? No, I would put this game over both games combined, and I enjoyed Guacamelee.
So the gameplay in Guacamelee moment to moment is superior, but as a package, I could see why you would say It Takes Two. I'm just having a problem with the end portion of the game. In my opinion, it's just dragging on a little too long. But I also love the game. Don't get it wrong.
We will talk about it off air because Ghost and tell me to leave.
Shout out to you, my brother. Take it easy.
With that
Thanks
being
for having
said,
me.
shout out to everyone that joined. Shout out to my panel members, and see you next